Claire.
And, Monday birthdays. They can be cool too. So yeah.
Did you celebrate over the weekend or you celebrate
So
this week?
we're going out to dinner tonight, and we have a couple things coming up that are going to go throughout the week. But I
Okay.
mean, it's low key.
All right. You're going to do it a low-key night? You're going to wear the horns and all?
Horns and everything. Yeah,
Perfect, man. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. What is a technical term for someone who studies flags? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Cindy to see if we can get the answer this morning. Cindy, good morning.
Cindy! Good morning.
All right, Cindy, what do you call a person who studies flags, please?
How about vexillology?
Vexillology? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a vexologist. Yes, vexillologist, yes. Hang on a second, Cindy. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see comedians Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee of the Bad Friends podcast Saturday, June 17th at the Met in Philadelphia. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details at WMMR.com, by the way. And thank you, Roy Perry, for that question. We
I
appreciate
miss
it.
Roy.
Yeah, Roy's a good guy. All right, we'll go through the movies at the box office this weekend. First, number one was Super Mario Bros. Held in there at 87 million. I mean, it just absolutely killed the competition for a second week in a row.
That is a strong second week take.
Yep.
We haven't had a movie do that in quite a while.
It has been a while. And then you had coming in second was The Pope's Exorcist, followed by
very similar to Mario Brothers.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's in the same world. Then you have Renfield, followed by John Wick Chapter 4. Air was fifth, then Dungeons and Dragons. I actually got out and saw that movie this week.
What'd you think?
It was cute.
Yeah.
It was fun.
I hear it's fun.
Yeah. My son wanted to see it, and I'm like, absolutely, let's go.
And he plays, right?
Cool effects. Yeah, he does. He's a D&D guy. Cool effects and a fun storyline. They kept it light.
Good.
Which is cool. Then you have Suzume was seventh, followed by Mafia Mama, Scream 6, and Nefarious rounded out the top 10. All right, we'll start with an interview with Morgan Freeman. He's speaking his mind about some commonly used terminology during a recent interview with the Sunday Times. The Good Person actor shared that he finds Black History Month and the term African American to be insulting. He said, Black History Month is an insult. You're going to relegate my history to a month, he told the outlet. And he said, also, African American is an insult. He said, I don't subscribe to that title. He said, black people have had different titles all the way back to the N-word, and I do not know how these things get such a grip, but everyone uses African American. And what does that really mean? He said, most black people in this part of the world are mongrels, and you say Africa as if it's a country when it's a continent like Europe. The Seven actor also noted how Hollywood has been changing over the years. He said, generationally, though, I do think we're moving ahead in leaps and bounds. He said LGBTQ, Asians, black, white, interracial marriages, interracial relationships, all represented. You see them all on screen now, and that's a huge jump, he said. But
I'd also like to apologize to Jennifer Garner.
Any comments on the skull sealer?
I reserve my right to plead the fifth.
On the skull sealer.
Yes. When this popped up, I thought this was sort of a retread of something. I remember an interview that he did with 60 Minutes years ago, where he basically said the same thing.
I thought I saw this headline, and I'm like, okay, this is old news.
Yeah,
but
I thought B. Arthur had died again. You know, one of those.
Yeah, she died 8 years ago.
Right.
No, but it's a new interview, and he's reiterating that. So, Ben Affleck.
Yeah. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrisnagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Ben Affleck loves his good friend Matt Damon, but he does not recommend living with the Good Will Hunting star.
Matt Damon!
The Justice League actor shared all the details on why Damon made such a bad roommate on a recent episode with The Late Late Show with James Corden. He said, Matt's a beautiful guy. I love him. He's my best friend. He's been great to me my whole life. He's a brilliant guy. I would not suggest living with him. Affleck shared that cleaning was especially an issue when they lived together. After cleaning up after the guy for years, he said that he and his brother Casey decided to test Matt. He said, we're just going to wait and see how long he will go before he actually gets up and goes, God, I am covered in garbage.
You know, I would never think that about Matt Damon, that he's kind of a slob, right?
Well, at least in his younger days.
Right.
I have no idea what he
Sure,
is
he's
now.
grown out of it.
But listen, I showed you guys pictures one time. I'm like, I'm doing a social experiment. I am not throwing out the garbage.
Right.
I'm going to leave and see what happens. And it went from being a full garbage can to garbage piled on top of the lid of the garbage can to garbage being put on the counter next to the garbage can just to wait and see if someone else would take out the garbage. And Rochelle was in on it, too.
I know.
Mainly
you guys
with
are
the kids.
strong. I couldn't. So with I bought an extra large recycle bin for the kitchen. And if I can see anything up over it, slightly creasing the top of it to my eyesight, I got to run out and empty it.
Yeah,
drives me crazy.
I'm the keeper of the trash in the house. That's kind of my job. And one of the things that drives me crazy is in our recycling bin, people like to take a full or an empty milk gallon and just throw it in there full of air. And I'm like, you crush it.
Oh.
We need room. We need room in this thing.
Wash it, crush it, so that you don't have sour milk in the.
We rinse out our stuff, but I just mainly.
God!
I want it. You idiots! It takes up an entire gallon size in that can.
You idiots!
Crush
Honestly,
it.
you have sometimes.
I love you,
but I'm gonna have to punch you.
but you're a bunch of idiots.
You hold his arms back, I'm gonna punch him in the face.
All right. So anyhow, he said after going 2 weeks without touching the apartment, the duo came home one day to find Damon playing video games. He said Matt's there in his shorts and T-shirt. He's playing the 92 Sega hockey game in the middle of what was the living room, surrounded by concentric circles of garbage. He said, pizza boxes. I looked down at this sushi thing that was a week and a half old. There's maggots. And we were like, we submit. You're too good. We cannot beat you. And he was like, hey, what's going on? And we were like, dude, that's a rat on you right there. So apparently he was that roommate that just never threw stuff away.
Right,
So it's a fun little story that they shared. All right, on to rumors about couples and so on. It seems the rumor might be true when it comes to Kylie Jenner dating Timothy Chalamet. Wow. So a source told people that the pair are hanging out.
Every time Jenner's mentioned, I guess I start orbiting the planet.
I think so. So this comes at, the source told people that the pair are hanging out and getting to know each other.
Yeah, right.
This comes shortly after TMZ reported that Jenner's Range Rover was spotted in the Dune actor's driveway.
I think they're a thing.
They may be.
They're a full thing. I think they're touching each other's thing.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. We can only hope. Entertainment Tonight reports that Leonardo DiCaprio was photographed partying at the Revolve Festival with Irina Shayk, Bradley Cooper's ex of 4 years.
There have been rumors about that off and on.
The former couple also share a 6-year-old daughter named Leah. But DiCaprio's ex, Camilla Morone, was seen at the event as well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, source told the outlet that DiCaprio and Morone, quote, kept their distance from each other and did not interact at all.
So the rumor for years is that, like, George Clooney would never get married. Why would he get married? Mm-hmm. Do you think DiCaprio's ever going to get married?
Yeah, probably someday. Yeah, I think so. I think along the lines of George Clooney.
Right, wait until it's
where he gets to a certain age and goes, okay,
got to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with somebody.
Pull
now.
the trigger.
So we'll see.
Do you think that that woman that he marries at that time has been born yet?
Maybe not.
That's a good question.
I think he'll change. I think that once he gets a certain age, he will start to
I don't know,
to be a little more realistic about
He's
it.
almost 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I think.
All right. So what's your call?
I think never. I think he's
How old was Clooney when he got married?
like in his 50s.
Yeah.
Early 50s.
All right.
I would say.
I don't know. Nick will look that up and verify. I want to say it was
53, 54.
okay. All right. Casey's saying a no on that.
Although, actually, you know what? Clooney's been married twice. I didn't realize that until just now, but he was married in the late 80s and early 90s.
The woman he first married, Nick, ran Edna's Edibles.
Yeah, but that failed.
Yeah.
And then they got canceled. No, he was married to a woman named Talia Balsam, and they were married for 3 or 4 years, and then they got divorced.
By the way, edibles has a different connotation nowadays.
It does.
And that would be a very
dispensary.
interesting name, Edna's Edibles.
Yeah.
Somebody should take that if it's not.
I agree.
Why not?
Somebody has to have already, I'm sure.
Edna's Edibles.
So, Rainn Wilson shared a video to Instagram recently showing his seatmate on flight binging episodes of The Office. And he was responding to this saying, everyone keeps asking me, did the guy ever recognize you? And yes. So after 5 hours of watching The Office, I finally nudged him. He said in this follow-up video shared over the weekend. And according to Wilson, the pair engaged in conversation about the show before he took off his mask. And he said, and then he recognized me and his head exploded and we had a nice laugh. So he said it was a happy ending.
That'd be wild if you're sitting there doing hours of watching a show and one of the main stars is sitting right next to you.
I love it.
I was walking on North Wayne Avenue. This is a little different than Rainn Wilson watching in The Office, but a woman was walking south on North Wayne Avenue and ran into me. And she said, "Oh my God, I'm listening to your show right now."
Yes, that happens.
That's funny, you know.
Yeah.
Like it happens every now and then, and you're just like, "Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. We appreciate it."
So Diomi Cordero, a former talent manager for Euphoria star Angus Cloud, took to Twitter on Friday to detail Cloud's alleged drug abuse through a lengthy thread. Cordero said that the pair first met in a rehab clinic when he was working as a mental health technician. They started working together professionally in April of 2021, but Cordero said that by November of 2021, Cloud had, quote, evidently relinquished control of his addiction. He added that on February 21st, 2022, I resigned as Angus Cloud's talent manager. My decision to resign was prompted by Angus's verbal abuse, emotional distress, and severe drug addiction, which rendered it impossible for me to continue my professional relationship with him. I'm really not familiar with
Neither am I.
this dude, Angus Cloud.
Yeah, I've seen Euphoria once or twice.
But that's pretty wild to make a public statement like that.
Yeah,
So I don't know what the story is behind all
Guess
that.
it really got out of hand.
Yeah. All right. Vanderpump Rules. Star Raquel Levis
I like Raquel.
has entered a voluntary mental health treatment facility. Levis made headlines recently months ago. She had the affair with co-star Tom Sandoval, who was in a 9-year relationship with co-star Ariana Madix. So according to Levis's reps, the reality TV personality has entered a mental health treatment program in Arizona. The rep said that her treatment is not related to substance abuse and that she originally intended to start this counseling before the Vanderpump Rules reunion filmed in April. And apparently that was a big ordeal.
I would imagine that a lot of people who watch Vanderpump Rules ends up in some sort of mental illness.
Raquel and her family decided before the relationship was discovered that she would enter a voluntary facility for mental health counseling, according to the reps.
I could not. So, I'll check the different entertainment sites, too, as I'm getting stories for, like, the trash or something like that. For the longest time, TMZ has been consumed with this Vanderpump crap.
Right.
And I have no interest in it, but it dominates the news. So there you go.
She was scheduled to go in pre-reunion, they said, but decided she wanted to finish her filming commitment. Bravo and production were aware and in support of her journey towards better mental health. So that's what she's doing. Sasha Colby took home the crown during the season 15 finale of RuPaul's Drag Race on Friday night. She competed against Anetra, Lux Noir London.
It's a hell of a name.
And Mistress Isabel Brooks. Yeah, there's some good names in the show.
Do you watch it?
No, I do not. All of whom brought show-stopping performances to the stage, but I have read their names here, and there's some good names. Ultimately, RuPaul chose Anetra and Sasha Colby as the final two queens. They battled it out for the season 15 title with their lip-sync performance of Knock on Wood. Sasha Colby was awarded $200,000, which is more than any other queen has received in the main franchise's run.
They get $200,000?
Season 14's Miss Congeniality, and then here you go, Steve. This is the name. Cornbread the Snack Jit passed down her title to this year's winner and a special prize of $10,000 to, here's another good name for you, Malaysia Baby Doll Fox. The episode also included first looks at the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race, All Stars, and Queen of the Universe, which premiered on Paramount Plus, which will premiere on Paramount Plus May 12th and June 2nd, respectively.
Steve, you said when he announced the prize, you were like, oh, 200. That sounds like a little, right? That doesn't sound like enough.
Well, actually, no. For this, I thought, I don't know. To me, it seemed like a nice chunk of change.
I thought so too because you can if you've watched like Idol or something like that, and they get $1 million or something, or They get a recording contract?
They're recording. No, but there is a cash prize as well. And even if for Idol, $1 million, that's it. You figure how much money that show rakes in, but these guys are all amateurs, and
right.
they're happy to.
So they figure the exposure. How long can you run on an Idol, win or even a runner-up?
Yeah. Not very long.
Yeah.
I mean, not on the name alone.
Right.
Like, I mean, essentially you're obsolete as soon as the next season comes out anyway, but I don't know. I just sort of look at it like percentage-wise. Like, how much does the show make?
Right.
And what, and how much does it cost
do you know
put
what
on the show?
I think has crazy prizes? Press Your Luck. If you watch that show, which is basically just timing, so that you try not to hit a whammy or whatever.
Yep.
But they'll give away like his and her BMWs. I mean, crazy prizes and money.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, $200,000, and they have the champion is now Sasha Colby. So, Clint Eastwood is going to be on RuPaul's Drag Race. No, he's actually he's getting. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine Clint?
Oh my
God, Dirty Harrietta.
Yes. Oh my God. That would be the best. Dirty Harrietta.
Are you feeling fierce, punk?
He is getting back into the director's chair.
I know you're wondering whether my pumps are 5 inches or 6 inches. Well, in the rush to get all my clothing on, I kind of forgot.
And all that disco, I lost track. So, the Unforgiven and Gran Torino filmmaker is set to direct the legal drama called Juror Number 2 for his longtime studio, Warner Brothers. A person close to the production who requested anonymity commented on Friday. And the film will be Eastwood's first since 2021's neo-Western Cry Macho, which also marked his return to the screen as an actor.
Why are you crying, Macho?
With production on Juror Number 2 to begin in June, Eastwood will be 93 when he steps onto the set.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
He really, so in the movie, he was a bona fide superstar as an actor. Then became a bona fide top-level director. It's just crazy.
Did he direct Play Misty for Me? He goes back that far as far as directing goes. Yeah,
he directed Play Misty for Me, and so then he'd work with other great directors and pick up, tips. But I mean, The Unforgiven, he won the Oscar.
Absolutely. Oh man, and $1 Million Baby.
Yes.
Great movie after great movie. Nicholas Hoult and Toni Collette are in early talks to potentially star in the film. It's written by Jonathan Abrams. It's about a murder trial wherein a juror discovers that he may have played a role in the victim's death. It's an interesting concept.
Wow.
In an interview, this is in 2014 with the Associated Press.
I enjoy wearing chiffon.
Eastwood said the reason for his career longevity was that, quote, I never let the old man in. And he had this interesting quote. He said, there are so many different stories to tell out there. You can be 21 or 81. And if you tell yourself, I'm too old to do that, bull S. You're not too old to do anything.
We were just having this conversation, my friend, about people who sort of just prematurely think, okay, I'm this age, I need to sound this way and be this way, and if you're tapped in and you're vital and you're connected to what's going on, like my dad is coming up on 95, and you would not know it to talk to him, what he references and how he's plugged in.
It all depends on what your personal interest is. Revenge actress Madeline Stowe and Daredevil's Steven Ryder have joined Andy and Barbara Machete and Jason Fuchs's Max original series, Welcome to Derry, which is a prequel to New Line's hit Stephen King film franchise, It. So this is going to be a prequel to It. And it's going to be a show. Should be pretty cool.
This is when Pennywise is still working for Chuck E. Cheese, right?
I guess so, yeah, when he was still an actual fun clown.
I got to go to a wedding this weekend. I can't.
So Stowe will have a recurring guest role, while Ryder is a series regular. Their parts are being kept under wraps in the series, which expands on King's It universe, particularly that laid out in Andy Machete's It movies, and he'll direct several episodes in the series, including the first. Stowe's long-running career includes Last of the Mohicans, 12 Monkeys, Unlawful Entry, When We Were Soldiers, and for 89 episodes, she played the wicked Victoria Grayson on ABC's hit TV series Revenge.
Oh, that was a good show.
So she'll be taking her turn in this one.
Are you excited about this, or have you heard anything?
Very much so. I know nothing about it.
Yeah,
And
it's an original work?
Anytime one of these comes up, expanding into the world of Stephen King, I'm excited about it. I don't always like what comes out of it, but I'm excited at the opportunity that it might be something good. So, and Derry, the fictional town, just has so much weirdness to it. And I'm reading a book right now called Lisey's Story from Stephen King, and they end up in Derry a couple of times. They end up in Castle Rock and these places that don't really exist except for in the King universe, and I love that stuff. So, all right, so Jennifer Garner.
Oh, man.
Again?
Spoke with a Hollywood Reporter at it's her birthday today, so we
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
This guy's very upset.
She spoke with a Hollywood Reporter at the premiere for her new Apple TV show that Casey was talking about, The Last Thing He Told Me.
Yeah.
Garner executive produced the show alongside Reese Witherspoon and shared that she's been getting more involved behind the scenes in recent years thanks to the Legally Blonde star. She said, honestly, Reese is behind that. She has really pushed me. She said to me a few years ago, nobody is sitting around thinking, what can I shoot in L.A. that's going to have a 50-year-old woman in it? And she's like, you have to create your own stuff. And Jennifer said, all women in this town owe a debt of gratitude to Reese.
Slay queen.
Yeah. So, Reese did. She decided to get out and do it on her own.
Take the bull by the horns. And right now, with the way everything shifted, where your most creative stuff is now direct to television, direct to streaming, there are more opportunities for actresses at this age level.
Yep.
They're working on the Skull Sealer script together, Preston.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to become a reality. That's got to get to the
I
script.
apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
I wonder how Chrysagon and the Skull Sealer met. Was it a meet cute?
That's a good question. I don't know much about those two.
Wait a second. I thought Chrysagon was the Skull Sealer.
No, Chrysagon is the Philosopher of Evil and the Skull Sealer. That's my takeaway. He could be right.
Oh, I thought Chrysagon was the Philosopher of Evil, and then the Skull Sealer was somebody wholly different.
That's what I thought.
Chrysagon was the Philosopher of Evil.
In other words, he's multitasking.
And also the Skull Sealer.
Yeah, you can be a Philosopher of Evil and a Skull Sealer. There's nothing illegal about that.
Right.
Okay. All right. Nick is looking up the Skull
I don't even know where to
Sealer.
start on the local process.
I don't either.
Should go first to Jennifer Gardner.
Well, it's that guy's fictional creations. He says it at the beginning, so I think it's only in his world.
Oh.
I apologize
We gotta get that
to
guy.
anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon,
Fictional
the
creations.
Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
So they're
there's two of
his creation.
Wait a second.
Skull Sealer and Chrysagon,
Or
his creations.
maybe they're three different people.
Chrysagon, the evil,
the Philosopher of Evil,
Yeah.
and the Skull Sealer, like the Three Amigos.
I think the Philosopher of Evil is a title for Chris.
I believe so.
Yeah, and the
it's
Skull
on his
Sealer.
business card.
No, because he says creations. There's more
And
than
the
one
Skull
creation
I
Sealer.
there.
apologize
Listen.
to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
So there's enough of
There's
a
at least two.
pause to warrant Casey's idea that it could be three separate
We
individuals.
absolutely need to see this sentence diagrammed with parentheses and or commas.
And sub-reference dragons.
Chrysagon is the troll in the dragon's mouth
There we
that
go.
lights the fire. That's
I
what it is.
apologize.
Okay.
Guys, this has gone too long.
I
Has
know.
it? Has it,
Has
though?
it? Is it lost its punch now, Kathy?
Just
Okay.
go. Keep going. Move on. Yeah. Wrap it up.
Fix
All
this
right.
in post.
Kathy's looking at her phone.
All right. Elijah Wood told GQ in
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Elijah Wood told GQ in a recent interview that he is fascinated and surprised by Warner Brothers announcing the development of more Lord of the Rings movies. And he said, obviously, at the core of that, it's a desire to make a lot of money. He said, it's not that a bunch of executives are like, let's make really awesome art. And again, not begrudging anybody because, of course, it's commerce. But great art can come from commerce. So those two things are not mutually exclusive. You see, and he added that Peter Jackson's trilogy came out of a passion for these books and wanting to see them realized.
And he's right. If you see the original, additional, behind-the-scenes footage of the making of the original Lord of the Rings movies, they were so invested in doing right by Tolkien and the amount of work that went into it. And they've been running them again, over and over the weekends, and they're just phenomenal.
He hopes the new movies will be made with, quote, reverence of Tolkien's material and enthusiasm to explore it. On Friday, Peacock released the official trailer for the upcoming series Bupkis, starring Pete Davidson. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the show is a new comedy following Pete Davidson as he attempts to work through unique family dynamics and the complexities of fame to form meaningful relationships.
I'd rather watch something called Butt Kiss and just follow Rocky's dog around for a little while.
The raw, semi-autobiographical series stars Davidson, Edie Falco, and Joe Pesci, alongside a star-studded supporting cast in a show that straddles reality and absurdity to best represent what it is to be Pete Davidson, according to the description.
So far, he's basically played himself twice. He played himself in The King of Staten Island and this series.
Yeah, he doesn't have much range.
Bupkis is set to premiere on the streaming platform on May 4th, by the way. All right, question.
Nope.
No clips?
No.
What? Yeah, so there's a problem with our system here of retrieving audio and so on, so we're not going to have those clips for you. Sorry.
I can play clips for you if you'd like.
Yeah, fire up a clip if you would.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
And then number 2.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Good boy. Did have clips.
There we go. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. All right, and that's it. That's your entertainment report for this morning. I want to give you a heads up because a little less than an hour from now, your first shot at winning money, the MMR Concert Cash, kicks off again today. We do it 5 times a day, and we on the Preston and Steve Show get 2 opportunities for your chance to walk away with $1,000 in tickets to the MMRBQ. Coming up on the 16th, by the way, of September. So, 8 a.m., we'll give you a word. We'll tell you how to enter that word, a few different ways to do it, and maybe you'll walk away a little bit richer this morning. We'll take a break and come back in a moment, so hang out if you please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Imagine if your favorite...
You know, I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, because...
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
This one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve Show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed.
to 11.
Because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee, I wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep. What
are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to...
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well... No, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
like
cover
myself.
that.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In the study.
Oh no.
And as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Oh, that's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical
Stop
ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made love
of.
to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No.
No.
That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people, shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
All right, what were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
goddamn truth.
I just have
In case
no
you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nuts, he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
We had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
They probably
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer Takes Time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
my God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice, like, around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't call it stripper glitter, but she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
I mean, who's the guy from Fashion Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can see your booties.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams.
Yo.
Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah. We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys have been kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pals we throw out. I give it 4 pals, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids! I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison, so we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. So on Sunday evenings, we all chat with each other and have a little quick conversation just to see how the weekend went and, is anything going on in your world? And sometimes it's like, yeah, you just had a weekend. Weekend was a weekend. And, we'll see you on Monday and we'll work and find out some things to talk about.
Can't force it, man.
Yeah, but something happened this weekend. And I don't know how to lead into this in any other way than just to say, dude, Marisa got married over the weekend.
And no one knew.
And nobody
Not one of us
knew.
After I saw a picture pop up, we got texted a picture, and I'm seeing. I'm like, what?
It wasn't clear.
Well,
it wasn't clear.
That's what I find.
It was a cryptic message.
No, but that's what I find funny is you guys are like, it wasn't clear. It was cryptic. It was blatantly obvious.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. But I'm saying
I knew exactly what it was.
Okay, well, I'll explain to you why, for me, it wasn't clear.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like a man versus woman thing, but Casey and Nick, you agree with me. I thought like for a guy, you're like, oh, this is cryptic. Like for me, I was like, white dress, white shoes, ring on the finger, flowers in the hand, kissing her boyfriend. I'm like, she got married. I saw the background and I'm like, this isn't, even though it was like very plain, I'm like, this isn't in Philly. Because if it was, this isn't how she would do it. I'm like, she's got to be somewhere. And sure enough, they went to Vegas.
So my response was, congratulations if you got married, if you got engaged, or if you just got a really nice bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
'Cause I figured I'd cover my bases because we had listen, in our defense, there was not one indicator that we're thinking about doing this, we might do this. Nothing.
They weren't engaged.
Nothing.
They never talked about marriage. The picture, it wasn't a standard looking wedding dress, and she had a ring on her finger, but it's not like someone who's they're facing each other. He was away. I'm like, is that even Matt? It does not look like
that
his
could be
hair.
Ryan Seacrest.
To me,
yeah.
It looked like backstage at an event somewhere, and they were in the green room about to meet somebody famous or something like that. I couldn't tell. It just didn't look like your standard, we just got married photograph. So therefore, I was thinking like Steve was, okay, maybe they got engaged.
Yeah.
And this is a moment that he asked her to marry him.
Yeah, but usually when you get engaged, you don't know and wear a white dress.
Well,
you know
okay,
what I mean?
whatever. Agree to disagree. I didn't know, so whatever, man.
It's pretty wild, though, that the picture pops up, and then I'm still like, okay, what's the verification? And then she verifies it. And so she's going to be back tomorrow. At least she also asked for the day off, and I was wondering, I'm taking a personal day.
Yeah, she just said. In fact, that's the only thing the text says was, I'm taking a personal day on Monday. No, we got married, or we did this, or we're in Vegas, and I'm like, it's not plain enough for me.
Well, that's what the picture. So I saw the text come up, and I was like, "That's weird. Like, I hope everything's okay." And then I opened our text chain and saw the picture, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
So the pictures of them and in and around the wedding and everything are awesome, and it's completely Marisa, completely a kind of thing she would do.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she might even. If she's going to do something like this, do the full Elvis route, Like
but no, she did it in a way better route. She did it at the Punk Rock Museum, which is a brand new. Her and her husband, are
it's
huge
weird
punk
to
rock
say that.
people. Yeah,
Case, you say her husband, and I was saying to Claire, when we first came to MMR, Marisa was
a
little kid, and we had to kind of like fight to make sure that she was part of the show. And she's always, no matter how long we go on. And she's obviously super talented and she's great at what she does, but there's always a part of me that sees her as that, she's a kid. Mm-hmm. And she's now a wife.
So what I was telling you guys before, I just pulled it up. The photographer that took pictures of them posted and said yesterday was the first official wedding at the Punk Rock Museum.
Unbelievable.
They were the first official. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they had a punk rock museum. I didn't know Marisa was getting married. I didn't know what the white dress was.
I'll tell you what, the first thing I thought of, though, I was like, I wonder if her mom knew.
Like, well, that too. I was wondering that. Was this a surprise to everybody?
Everyone? I know.
Because we had, no indicators whatsoever. So, is it one of those, we ran away and did it? But, so, Marisa pre-recorded her some things for us to air today.
Yeah.
So, clearly there was a
little
plan.
bit of prep.
in place. They had to get tickets and they had to set this up with they didn't just show up at the punk rock museum and say we want to get married.
Well, and because somebody asked me, they were like, was she in Vegas drunk and they got married? I'm like, no.
Because she had a dress and he had a tux.
Yeah.
She says it kind of happened on a whim. But I don't know what that means.
Right, but there were a few things that after I saw the photo last week, I complimented her on her manicure. She got her nails done. She got a spray tan last week. So I'm like, okay, she was prepping a little bit.
She'll do that sometimes for appearances, or she's got her, the other stuff going on. It wouldn't seem completely out of the norm. I thought for a second that maybe they were out there because they were, going or heading over to Coachella or something. But the fact that I had no idea that this was the first day of the punk rock.
Yeah.
The first marriage to take place at the Punk Rock Museum, which I didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
I have so many questions. I can't wait for her to get back.
I know, me too. But also, so my younger brother he eloped in Vegas.
He did?
Yeah. And
at the Fish Museum.
Not at the Fish Museum. Man, that would be great. No. But when he came back, I was like, dude, you completely ripped me off from a Vegas vacation. I
wanted to go.
I would have gone. You needed somebody to sign that witness sheet. I would have spent a weekend in Vegas just to sign that little sheet.
I don't know. I was kind of like, oh, thank God we don't have to go to a wedding.
Well, no, that's fine.
I know. And Casey's comment was great. He's like, normally I don't like going to weddings.
I don't.
But I would like to have gone to your wedding. In so many words,
in
you said
Vegas,
that.
yeah, because I have been to a Vegas wedding. My wife's best friend got married in Vegas with Elvis. It was so short; it was perfect, right? I think that the whole ceremony maybe took 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. But they didn't elope or whatever. But I can do that. I would be, and then afterwards, the reception is not like the normal wedding reception. It was, just kind of like dinner.
Take the town in, right?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't like this big 5-hour party. It was,
right.
But I'm curious how eloping goes over in friend circles and families, because sometimes it's great. Hey, we're happy for you, crazy kids. Good for you. And then others are like, how dare you? You know what I mean? You left us out of it. I'm happy for these guys.
Oh, yeah.
This is great.
It's awesome.
It was a total shock and surprise. And if that's the way they want it to be, that's the way they want it to be. And if they didn't want to make a big fuss, which I think is part of the reason why they did it, is they didn't want to make a big, because there are some expectations when it comes to having a wedding. Do you do it a certain way? Do you invite just a few people, and then unfortunately the other people you didn't invite get upset over it?
You know what's happening though?
Stuff like that.
People in sales here are going, what the?
Yeah.
We could have sold all of this.
we could have it. Yeah, we could have made you wait for weeks and weeks and months and not sold anything
for you.
But I'd like to hear about eloping stories if you want to share. 215-263-WMMR, whether they went good or bad, because it's a bit of a leap of faith,
Yeah.
I think we already said it, but this is just so her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Oh, yeah. My aunt got she eloped when she was 16 or 17 years old. I think 17.
Oh.
Yeah. Went the distance, stayed married and had kids and all that.
Did they do it because they were young lovers?
Yes.
Running off on their own.
Yeah.
Into the night.
Yeah, and not caring what anybody thinks. Okay, and it ended up, they made the right call.
Yeah, because this was at some point in the, I think, early 60s or something like that.
Up on the back of my bike, Aunt Pat.
Was it Aunt Pat?
It was Aunt Pat.
All right.
Aunt Pat and Uncle Bob.
Wow.
Every time we get up an aunt, I know it's going to be Aunt Pat. She's awesome.
I only have 2 aunts. Aunt Pat.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, I had 3, but one died.
And how was that received in the stories that you've heard?
Well, here's the deal. I don't think it went over well. But, Uncle Bob was, he was, he ended up becoming a lawyer and become very, 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 very successful in the city of Philadelphia.
I think the age is the element, right?
Yeah.
Like here you have Marissa's, she's an adult woman. She's a professional. Matt's a professional, and they've got careers and so on and so forth.
Right.
I think a lot of times when you see the old sitcoms or the dad running out with a shotgun, it's because it's happening when they're 15, 16, 17.
Right. Let's get some calls. We'll go to John. Hi, John. Good morning.
Dingus.
Dingus.
It's Dingus Day. Are you flicking water at us, man?
No, but this actually is John from Newcastle, Delaware, that sent that in.
Very nice.
Nice. What's up, John?
Not too much. So I went out to Vegas with my lovely wife, Faith. Well, not wife at the time. But we went out and eloped, and I did it on my parents' wedding anniversary to kind of soften the blow a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
I called them up, I was like, hey, happy anniversary, and I just got married. You know what I mean?
And how did that go over?
It actually went over quite well because, my parents are not exactly Vegas people, not gamblers. Like, they wouldn't have really, yeah, they might have had fun, but I don't think they would have really dug a trip to Vegas.
Right.
And, and like, obviously they loved my wife, and they still do. We've been married 20 years now. But, I just thought, man, I should go to Vegas and get married. And I said it to her, and she's like, that's a great idea. Let's do it. You know
Excellent.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And how far out was that before you guys actually did it?
Let's see. I think it was probably about 3 or 4 months or so, and then we went and did it. So we planned it, and my sister was in the Air Force station near Vegas, so she knew about it, but the rest of my family did not.
Okay.
So that's you had a little bit of prep. I mean, a lot of times what the ones that really catch the attention are we were there, we were in Vegas, we said let's do it. Like it happens an hour later, but you had a little bit of a lead in, so that helps.
Yeah, because we wanted to plan out where to get it done, and we actually ended up going to the oldest chapel in like the old part of downtown Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a weird name. It's called the Wee Kirk of the Hetherin.
The Wee Kirk of the Hetherin.
That sounds weird.
Right, and it's actually gone now. Unfortunately, they tore it down.
Yeah. Well, they put the kibosh on a lot of the Elvis.
Well, actually having an Elvis impersonator,
yeah.
You can still find plenty of wedding chapels,
Right.
but that Elvis
Can't get your
chapel-
Elvis. Yeah.
Hey, John, how long you been married now?
We have been married coming up in October. It'll be 21 years.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, well, worked out. Well, thank you, John. We appreciate it, brother.
Yep.
All right, see you, bud.
Did you ever flirt with the notion of eloping or
No.
Yep.
Nope, definitely not. We had talked about doing renewing vows in a Vegas type of thing for fun, but
That's fun.
No, there was always the traditional wedding thing planned, and I could see a lot of people with the elopement idea just to save some money as well.
It's kind of what we did,
just because it's if you don't really want to be put in the spotlight and money is a concern, then there's no question that you should do the elopement.
I mean, we didn't do the elope thing, but we did a destination wedding that only was a small wedding, like a party. Didn't do the traditional route. Didn't see the need to burn up tons of cash, and that's attractive to a lot of people to just do it this way and get it over.
All right, hang on a second here. I have Patty who wants to comment. Hi, Patty. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
What's up, Patty?
So my eloping story is that I had about 2 weeks' notice. We wrote in for a radio station contest. And ended up getting married at Camp Out Hunger for Love.
Oh my God! So and that was indeed your legit wedding plans.
That was it. You guys gave us 2 weeks, and we ran around like maniacs getting our license and clothes and rings. And
that's awesome.
That was a fun
came over and
event.
got married with you guys.
It was great. I assume things are still going well.
Still married.
Yes, very nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, please keep that track record going.
Did you do anything official or different after that? Have a party or anything along those lines for friends?
No, we had one friend show up, and then I drugged them all over the city and took pictures everywhere, and that was pretty much our celebration.
So let me ask you, do you regret not having the big thing, or was it because this was kind of unique doing it with us, right?
Yeah, no, it was amazing because it actually took all the pressure off of like who we were inviting and what we were going to do, and the whole thing. So it was perfect for us.
No, the truth, that's the whole angst, the whole nervousness, the whole. I mean, take your most complex Christmas and multiply it by 1,000 times of what, organizing stuff, and you eliminate that immediately.
Yeah, and by the way, how many years ago was that, Patty? How long have you guys been married now?
It was 2018, so we're going on 5 years.
Excellent.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Take care. Here's
Yes.
a text came in. It says, I eloped in June, got very mixed reviews on that. So, and that can be, potentially something.
Some people feel slighted sometimes. They feel like, why wouldn't you, you mean the world to me. Why wouldn't you think to allow me to be a part of it?
Let me go to Jacob next. Hi, Jacob. Good morning.
Gadzooks, bitches.
Gadzooks, bitch. What's up?
So in 2016, I got eloped with my wife. I was getting ready to go on a deployment with the Army, and it was easier because it was rushed. Turned out I didn't need to get eloped, but when I did, I got very mixed reviews from a small portion of my family.
And it led to a young child.
Well, there's two. The one was going to say Gadzooks, but she forgot what to say.
All right, so you got mixed reviews from a portion of the family.
Yes. So my mother's side, for the most part, my mom's the only one I don't talk to anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Everybody else was ecstatic for us. They threw us a dinner the same night. It was great.
Was
there was always
this
one Bennett.
was this the reason that you don't really talk to your mom anymore?
There's a laundry list.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so it wasn't good to begin with. But so Jacob, what did they cite as the main reason of their ire over this? Just simply not being apprised of it, or was it all the other?
She wanted to be the center of attention. She always did. So she wanted to be able to be there so she could be seen.
Right.
But we just had our two best friends, us and her friend who married us in our actual wedding, as well as when we eloped.
Listen, that is the ultimate your call scenario.
Totally.
What you guys want is it's your time. You can do it whatever way you want.
It's not about anybody else.
No, it isn't. But
really
a lot of people think it is.
They do. Yeah. All right, Jacob. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Man.
If you're just tuning in, the reason we were talking about this is Marisa and her now husband, which is really weird to say, eloped, and they got married in Vegas over the weekend.
You know what we should do? While they're away, see if we can pull it together today. Put a down payment on a house in the suburbs.
Okay, in the burbs.
Way out.
Let's make them live in the
way
burbs.
out. Completely as all the way away from the city. Like completely Green Acres this up.
Well,
you know?
that was one of my questions when she gets back. I mean, they don't live together. They live in two different states. They both have jobs that are far apart, which is why they live that way.
Yeah.
So what happens now?
Do
you know?
I don't think anything's going to change.
For the first few years of my marriage to Claire, I was living down here from in Philadelphia from
Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you're right, Preston. I bet you it doesn't change. It stays as is.
Yeah. Maybe this is something they wanted to do to strengthen that
the bond,
the distance, and I don't know.
And they'll each take one of the kids for the.
Well, that was my second thought. I was like, maybe she's pregnant.
No. That's definitely not going to happen.
No, because she was drinking a PBR.
Yeah, that's true. Next to the flower.
The PBRs are very positioned and most definitely wanted to be in the photos. So let's go to Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Good morning.
Hi, you guys rock.
Thank you, Vicky. What's up?
Okay, so my husband and I decided to get married 4 days before Christmas, so December 21st. And we told no one. My family, friends, nobody knew until Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
So in the prep, how long did you guys plan on doing it?
Probably about a month or so. We were just out at Macaroni Grill. We were trying to figure out
Macaroni Grill.
What we could get. Yeah, I know, right?
Steve won't sit there.
Listen, their bread has, I'm sure, launched a number of marriages. It's love in a loaf. But
it doesn't even exist anymore. Out in Willow Grove, it doesn't exist.
All right. So Vicky, in your prep and when you guys are going to do it, what were your conversations like? Was it like, oh, this is going to be, everybody's going to be so excited when we tell them the news, or did you consider the fact that oh man, some people are going to be pissed off, or any of that stuff?
Well, I was a little nervous for my mom's reaction, because my mom is very alpha, if you will.
Okay.
And she's, she ruled the roost, let's say. I mean, I love my father to death. I mean, he's awesome as well, but
but he's pee-whipped.
not really.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, so it's a dynamic you're dealing with here now, because you had it when you had it. Did that upset people? Because Do you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because
it was more so kind of like, hey, surprise, you have a new son, or hey, surprise, you have a new daughter, kind of in a way.
Right,
and
right.
It was just a way to kind of give them something that they were looking for. Like, here's the thing. When I was telling my parents, of course, I was nervous to tell my mom. And so I sat them down. I said, listen, I got something to show you. It's really cool. I think you're going to like it. So, of course, my dad, I think, like, his face starts lighting up, thinking, oh, there's going to be a ring. There's going to be a ring, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I say, and we both show both of our rings and say, we got married. And my dad's face went, what?
Yeah. You went from the engagement to the marriage, all done.
Well, I mean, listen, I can say as a parent, we all have these ideas and these expectations on our mind, right? And so if any of my children ended up eloping, and I think, listen, especially if I liked their partner, I'd be happy for them. But I do have, I have ideas, like of something that, like that the father-daughter dance and, things like that, that I'd be,
a little hurt?
I'd be not hurt, sad that I didn't get to.
A little let down because you didn't participate in something. Yeah. But
here's what I looked at my mom, and I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and she goes, are you for real? And I'm like, yeah. I said, Mom, we got married. No, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, I did. No, you didn't. I had to go upstairs and get my marriage license and say, here it is. It's signed by a judge from the state of Pennsylvania.
And there you go.
She goes, oh, wow, okay. And she goes, well, are you happy? And I said, Mom, yes, I'm happy. I'm happy with what I did. She goes, then I'm happy for you.
All right, that's fine.
That's
and
what you
then
need.
she took a scissors to all your clothing.
All right.
Some other people in my family, though, they were not happy that my parents were not involved.
Right. Okay.
So,
all right. Well, thank
I
you.
don't care.
Appreciate it, Vicky. She doesn't care.
No, it's your call.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if, Case, how would you feel about, even if you like the person, what about the tradition of, going to the parents and
asking for
stating your intentions and asking maybe for a blessing?
I was thinking about that a little while ago. Again, ultimately, I don't think it matters because, if you asked me if I liked you, the answer is going to be yes anyway. And if I didn't like you, I wasn't going to be happy that you got engaged, and I'm not going to be happy that you got married, so...
Well, and
so
I
don't know.
a couple of the stories where the families weren't the closest, like that's opposite of Marissa. Marissa's family is she's a close-knit family.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah. I extended that. I asked Rochelle's dad and said, hey, I'd like to.
I asked Rochelle's dad.
Yeah, did you really? What did he say?
He said, I don't know you.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Did you do that as well?
Yeah. I
think
Rochelle's dad
I just
too.
thought it was a.
It's a traditional sort of thing to do.
It's a thing. It's a sign of respect. I
sign
did
of
as well
respect.
with
Thank you.
Claire's father, and I even bribed him with donuts. He, I think it was Cinnabons.
But if you go and you ask somebody for their daughters for your hand in marriage, and they say no, well, then what?
You kill them.
Yeah.
You strangle.
I wonder
Probably do it anyway.
I wonder how often that ends up in a
Well, then
breakup.
guess what? I've been banging her brains out for like a year. Without protection, old man.
Wait, by the way, side note, you know how sometimes, I don't know if it's still there, when we call into our conference call, there's like that country song, or it used to be anyway.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard it in a while. And so I log on and we're talking about Marissa. And then all of a sudden I hear this man's voice. I'm like, who the hell is that?
He's already on the conference call.
It was your dad.
That was my dad. We were in the car
With his
together.
accent.
I know. He started talking. I'm like, Dad, they're not asking you a question. We're working now. But by the way, there's a text that says there was a time in the show in the last week where you guys called Matt Marissa's boyfriend, and she hesitated in her response. I noticed it, but didn't think anything of it until now.
Interesting.
I don't remember that. And I would like to hear that whenever that was. And I'm curious if she almost...
Let's get Marissa to find that clip.
Yeah, please, Marissa, find that clip. Marissa, will you get that clip? Oh, yeah, by the way, she's not here today.
Yeah.
But I wonder if she inadvertently kind of tipped her hand a little bit, and none of us caught that at all. Would be interesting.
I'm usually good on that stuff, and I didn't pick up on that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me go next to... Hang on a second here. We have a texter who grew up with Matt. Who's calling in now. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Do you have a strange discharge? Hey, Tim.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
So you have known Matt from way back?
Yes, we went to elementary school together. I think that was pretty much the last time that I would see Matt because he would leave for his pro career. So after elementary school, I never saw him much.
Okay.
But in fourth grade, we had gone to had a classroom bathroom break.
Okay.
So we're all standing in the bathroom, and Matt has always kind of been a spontaneous person because he decided that he was going to be the cool kid and take his pants off and turn them around a la Criss Cross.
Yes.
Super hot, awesome song at the time.
Yeah.
What was it, Jump, I think?
Yes.
Absolutely. Crisscross. They wore everything backwards.
And so you remember this? Did he go the rest of the day wearing his pants backwards?
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure he didn't get in trouble, or maybe he had to go back to turn him back around or something like that. But
maybe they just thought he was walking backwards.
Stuck with me.
So,
yeah, that memory always stuck with me.
That's funny.
But a good dude in general?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he was a good guy. You remember him as being a good guy? He didn't have like a
Absolutely
felony
good
record.
guy.
Right.
Very friendly. He would come back to school anytime he could and was always nice to people, and saw him a handful of times after school and stuff like that back in our hometown. So
He is a great
awesome
guy. He really is. That's why we're thrilled for Marissa, and he has an interesting career on his own.
Yeah. He was an ex-gamer.
Yep.
He was he competed
Tim.
professionally in like rollerblading, like half pipe and stuff like that, and he still continues to do stuff on two wheels and
brews beer now. Great product.
Yeah, but it was interesting because when we were in Universal, we had dinner together, and every time I see him, I learn a little bit more about him, and so what I found out about him is that he's always been. It's crazy because like he's in this X Games guy, so you think he's always lives in the extreme, but
like Johnny Knoxville.
Yeah. But he didn't. Like he was actually fairly straight edge, except for like what he would do physically, for his pro career.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on here. I want to go to Deb because we had the scenario of asking the permission of the parents. This one didn't go so well. Hi, Deb. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work today.
Nah,
it's okay.
We want to hear your story. What's up, Deb?
Oh, my God. So my husband, who actually is my husband, he asked my parents, went over to the house one day. I was working. He went over to ask them, and they said no.
They said no when he asked for your hand in marriage.
Flat out no, yeah. They were sitting outside at the picnic table. He thought, oh, this is a nice place to do it. Said he wanted to propose. They said no, and he just awkwardly sat there.
Wow. Any idea why they said no to him, Deb?
Yeah, basically, they just felt that we weren't ready. We were in our early 20s. He was like a blue-collar guy, so they didn't really feel like he was going to be able to provide to me the way that I was, quote, accustomed to.
Did your dad say something like, son, come back to me with that ankle monitor off and we'll talk?
I don't think that was said, but they basically were like, we just don't think you're ready.
Yeah.
So he left, and a couple months went by, and I was getting really antsy because I'm thinking, why is this guy not proposing to me? Like, we've talked about it, and I would complain to my parents about it, my friends about it, to the point where I'm like, maybe I should just break up with him if he's not really ready to commit.
Wow.
And it was almost a year later that he went back to my parents, and same place. And he was like, I don't know if that was a good idea. But went back, sat down at the picnic table, and they knew. They knew that he was going to propose, he was going to ask if he could marry me.
Yeah.
And at that point, he had gotten a better job, kind of grew up a little bit. And
he'd proven himself a little. And he also went along with his friends, Smith and Wesson.
Yeah. Hey, how long you guys been married now?
We'll be 25 years in July.
25. Wow. There you go.
Wow.
And yet does he now? Are they still A? Are they still around? And B? Are they thrilled? Are they happy with the way things turned out? Your parents?
Oh my God, they're like his son now.
There we go.
It's funny because my sister, she ended up marrying the lawyer, and that didn't work out. So
hey, Deb.
You don't judge a book by its cover.
Exactly.
But, yeah,
Deb,
love him.
just curious if do you think waiting that extra amount of time was the right call?
Honestly, I do. I don't really think there's ever the right time. I don't think you're ever going to be financially ready or emotionally ready or mature mature enough. But yeah, I do think that they made the right call there for us. But I just can't believe he waited a year. And I think that was what my parents thought was, wow, this guy, he really loves our daughter. He came here, we said no, and he came back a year later and asked yes. And
yeah,
there you have.
There you go.
That's it. There you go. That's proof. You're committed.
Worked out well.
Right?
There you go, Deb. All right. Well,
I've been stalking your daughter for a year.
Well, if you're just tuning in, Marisa got married to her boyfriend, Matt. They are now husband and wife. And none of us had the slightest idea that this was going to happen at all. They went to Vegas. They got married over the weekend and told us about it yesterday. Or was it Saturday?
Oh, yesterday.
It was yesterday.
She got married.
Yeah, the text
Saturday.
message came in at 4:55 yesterday morning.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know they were in Vegas.
No.
I didn't even know they got married.
No.
It took some explaining for us to realize that they were indeed married. But that's it. So she's back tomorrow.
Yes.
And we'll get the full story when she returns. So God, I can't believe Marissa's married.
She's a married woman.
That's crazy. Wow. But we're very, 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 very happy for them. It's a wonderful thing. So we're going to take a break. You know what else is a wonderful thing? Money. And we're going to give some away when we get back. Hang out there because Concert Cash is coming up.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. 93.3
In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too, and we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now Tim was assuring me. He said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top-notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So. All right, well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To
the
day? To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way,
Mike?
sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Good. All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey, I told him Chi-Chi's aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay, are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
No, that's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf too.
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick. Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
So they do have beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Is anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi.
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Bucks all the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
it
tactic.
all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right. So
we used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to,
so there's
have to make it work.
Very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. Mm-hmm. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
But all right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet.
Right.
But if I have to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Yeah. Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
that's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. Yeah. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Franken beans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
I could have a stroke.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But
You really sugarcoated it.
it just doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
The presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi Master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right. I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
To take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit,
right
little
at the end.
extra.
It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, it's yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really? Those words came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. I'm actually this weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure? Keep eating, my guy. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out?
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Like, wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's, I mean, easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? That it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
No, we got to wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
To get in there and
I really appreciate it.
go ahead. I'll hit two buttons here, one there and then one here.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
The word is gift, and it is spelled Gift. And we will give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do it three different ways. You can go through the contest page at WMMR.com. You can use the MMR app, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ. And, of course, that's going to be Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now. And winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com for WMMR or for MMRBQ details. Text the word finally to 39333 for a link to the information. It's sponsored by Meineke, and the word again is gift, G-I-F-T, so make sure that you enter that now. We want you to win. We're going to take our look at traffic now, see what's happening. Kathy, what's up so far this morning?
42 freeway southbound, Route 130, the off-ramp closed with construction. And then we have an overturned tractor trailer on 295 northbound. Has traffic stopped between Route 38 and Mount Holly. 2 right lanes are blocked right now. Route 47 stopped traffic because of an accident between 41 and 55. It's an overturned vehicle and a down pole. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to 42. We've got an accident on 95 northbound. Jam Street Road to 413. The accident in the left lane. Southbound heavy Cotman through to Bridge, the Betsy Ross Bridge to Girard, the Vine westbound. Slowing the length, Schuylkill eastbound slows 202 into Belmont. Then heavy from the Boulevard into the Vine westbound, Vera Avenue to South Street, City to Belmont, and then the Blue Road out to 202. On the Blue Road southbound, that's slow from the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill, Broomall to Media. On the northbound side, 95 to the Media bypass. Lancaster Avenue at Argyle Road in Ardmore. Watch for an accident there. 422 eastbound, slowing Oaks to First Avenue. And then on Cherry Hill, Springdale Road at Olney. Watch for an accident. This traffic report brought to you by DBHIDS. When someone gets hurt, you know who to call. But what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And thank you to the texter that let me know that the Concert Cash giveaway word is actually pronounced GIFT.
Oh, it's a GIFT.
I spell it, yes, G-I-F-T. So thank you. All right, let's do the B-file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. We're going to start with this really disturbing story. LaShawn Thompson was slumped over in a cell at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta when a detention officer came to check on him in September. The cell was so dirty that a worker who entered it wore a safety suit designed to protect for hazardous materials, according to jail records. Now, officers were unable to resuscitate Thompson in the cell, where he'd been held for around 3 months. An autopsy could not determine his cause of death, but the report described a, quote, extremely severe infestation of small insects across Thompson's body.
Oh, man. What?
His face, upper and lower extremities were pockmarked with cuts and lesions from repeated skin picking. To Thompson's family, the cause of his death is clear. Thompson was eaten alive by insects and bed bugs.
Oh, my God.
Michael Harper, an attorney for Thompson's family, had said in a news release. The release, accompanied by jail records and graphic photos of Thompson in his cell, called for a criminal investigation into the 35-year-old man's death and for the Fulton County Jail to be shuttered and replaced. The family is working with doctors to investigate Thompson's death. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office said that the office was investigating Thompson's death and had approved funds to address infestations and disease at the jail. The statement also echoed Harper's calls to replace the jail.
Man, Shawshank was like a Ramada compared to this place.
Yeah, by the way, Thompson was arrested on a charge of misdemeanor, simple battery in June.
And dies.
Court record shows, and he was held at the Fulton County Jail and awaiting transfer to an Alabama jail for a prior charge. Officers moved Thompson to the psychiatric wing of the jail after determining he had mental health issues. Thompson's family, who lives in Alabama, did not know that he had been detained until they had received a call informing them of his death. The family had only recently obtained the jail records and decided to release them. Thompson was healthy and had no pre-existing physical health conditions before being jailed.
You would literally never have... No one was checking up on him. At all.
Well, either that or they
just let it be that vile.
Well, somebody had to feed him, so he was getting food.
What, like
so
the Papillon method?
Somebody saw something going on there and didn't do anything about it. So that's why they're going to, I would imagine, follow through on some legal course of action. All right, this is a little less disturbing, but still not a fun one. A waitress has been fired from a restaurant in Japan after allegedly creating a cocktail with her own blood. At the request of a paying customer, by the way.
This is going to sound a little kinky, but to work with me.
Mondeji con Cafe Daku, which loosely translates to Problem Child Dark Cafe, tweeted the disturbing news earlier this month. Management publicly apologized, causing the server's actions absolutely not acceptable.
And can you put one of those little umbrellas in it?
The anonymous employee allegedly infused her blood into the menu staple dubbed orakaku, which is usually made with fruit or syrups. The restaurant management, who likened the server's actions to job terrorism, closed down the business for a day to replace all the contaminated glasses and dump any potential tainted bottles of alcohol. Apparently, wait staff at this place, like I said, it translates to Problem Child Dark Cafe.
Yeah.
Wait staff dress in gothic fashion, wearing dark clothes and makeup, signals of, quote, mental, unstable, or problematic women.
Listen, I just want a chicken sandwich.
According to the restaurant, as part of the gimmick of Mondaji, which bills itself as an all-you-can-drink establishment for a meager $19 cover. By the way, $19 and all-you-can-drink?
That's insane.
That's an unbelievable deal right there. All right. An elementary school employee in Oklahoma has been charged with assault after he allegedly threw a dodgeball at a student 3 times. A student and at first I read this story, I'm like, come on, throwing a dodgeball, but there's more to it. A student at Carriage Hills Elementary School in Lawton went to the principal after the male employee allegedly hit him 3 times, once in the leg, once in the back, and once in the face, which knocked their glasses off. And when talking with police, the student said that they threw the dodgeball while playing a game. It bounced off another student and hit this person, this employee. That allegedly angered the employee, who then threw the ball and hit the student. That student went to the principal's office and told her what happened. The principal spoke with several other students who also backed up the student's account. Police interviewed the employee, who said that he was sitting in the class when the student threw the ball at him and another teacher and wouldn't apologize for it. The employee said that he then hit the student with the ball and asked if he should apologize for doing that. And the student said yes. He told the student that that was how he and the other teacher felt. The employee was arrested and charged with misdemeanor assault and battery.
Mr. Glazer was our gym teacher in elementary school, and he would hurl the ball when we played prison dodgeball, like full adult velocity.
Ooh, that's not cool.
Like a psycho.
Yeah.
And eventually, Preston, I nailed him in the face.
Nice. Good
Took him
work.
out.
A Spanish extreme athlete has emerged from a cave after spending 500 days with no human contact in what could be a world record. When Beatrice Flamini entered the cave in Granada, Russia had not invaded Ukraine, and the world was still in the grip of the COVID pandemic. It was part of an experiment closely monitored by scientists. She said, I'm still stuck on November 21st, 2021.
It's crazy.
I don't know anything about the world, she said after exiting the cave. So Ms. Flamini, who is 50 years old, entered the cave aged 48, and she spent her time in the 230-foot deep cave exercising, drawing, and knitting woolly hats. She got through 60 books and 1,000 liters of water. She was monitored by a group of psychologists, researchers, speleologists, but none of the experts made contact with her.
How's Carol Baskin doing?
Speaking shortly afterwards, she described her experience as excellent, unbeatable. She said,
I could beat it.
She said, I've been silent for a year and a half, not talking to anyone but myself. While reporters pressed her for more details, she said, I lose my balance. That's why I'm being held. If you allow me to take a shower, I haven't touched water for a year and a half, and I'll see you in a little while.
Jesus Christ.
Ms. Flamini later told reporters she lost track of time after about 2 months. She said, there was a moment when I had to stop counting the days, adding that she thought that she had been in the cave between 160 and 170 days. She was in there for over 500.
How long would you last?
Oh, dude.
Forget it.
A week, maybe.
A long afternoon.
Yeah.
I'd kill myself.
One of the toughest moments came when there was an invasion of flies inside of the cave, leaving her covered, she said. The extreme athlete also described auditory hallucinations. She said, you are silent and the brain makes it up.
You're a moron.
Experts have been using her time in isolation to study the impact of social isolation and extreme temporary disorientation on people's perception of time.
Yeah, well, she thought she was in there for far less.
Yeah.
So I wonder, obviously they're going to apply stuff like this to, space travel and things of that nature, but Jesus.
Yeah, so
Come on.
Her team said she broke the world record for the longest time spent in a cave, but Guinness World Records have not confirmed whether there's a record for voluntary time living in a cave. It has awarded the longest time survived trapped underground to the 33 Chilean and Bolivian miners who spent 69 days, 688 meters underground in Chile. So
It's a crazy experiment, man.
Yep, and that is all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, you got about 4 minutes left to enter the word GIFT, G-I-F-T, in order to win $1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ. So make sure you do it now. The word is GIFT, G-I-F-T, and you can do it at WMMR.com or the MMR app, or you can text it to our special text numbers, not the regular text number, special text number, which is 45911. Good luck to you. We'll see if you win in a little bit. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone an Apple?
I can't imagine a
Do you
Kathy
have
closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know.
I'm telling you, it got
It got freaky.
it just got I was like overwhelmed,
Carrie.
and I've known for a while now that I need to do it, and every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help, and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
You're
No.
It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie,
my God.
these are the people I work with.
Wait a second. This has a tag on it. I never wore it.
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs.
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the question, Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
No, listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the.
So you know who would
Yeah, like I
maybe
just
like something?
Right, exactly. A couple and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
How
or
much?
like
Where's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
No.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS T-shirt. So stop
Shut
asking
up!
him about it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right. So
No,
this
he
is-
was him. Savannah Guthrie asked it. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course, it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's I
Shut up!
What the hell?
I'm gonna hit you!
make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out. I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. You turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Well, Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180?
weight. Absolutely.
Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
It's vibranium.
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep, it's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're thinking about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there, yeah, I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. They're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all of the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite.
Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
Some of your friends may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Hey, Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me. Yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that, like, to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah. Yosemite.
Okay. All right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
So he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And of course, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding, and I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah.
So,
Doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
It was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I gotta say, I'm a little nervous. Yeah,
known more for my shepherding skills and the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding, but I got to say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged from my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock. And here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel.
Enter traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. So, two big things happening locally or have happened locally. Number one, Marisa Magnata went off and got married this past weekend. It didn't tell anybody about it. Went to Vegas, eloped, blew our minds.
Still dealing with it.
She'll be back tomorrow. We'll get that. And then the other thing, a pizza delivery guy stopped a theft.
Yeah.
And
didn't drop the pizza.
This was on national news this morning when I woke up on ABC's national news. Casey had sent me the link last night,
And
so I saw it.
I think that was shared from Coco's Pizza's Facebook page.
Why wouldn't
They
you?
shared it, and they said, "Hey, we apologize for the language, but this was just too great, and we're so proud of our driver."
So I would imagine most everyone in our area has seen it by now, but the guy's name is Tyler Morell. Works at Coco's Pizza in Aston, was making a delivery, was at a front door, and they had their, Ring camera or whatever, their doorbell camera. Catch all this. The guy's standing there, and you can hear the woman inside saying, "I think that's a high-speed pursuit." And you can see a car flying. I guess it hit something. The car wrecked or ran into either curb or something and stops out in front. 2 or 3 cop cars come flying up behind. You can hear this guy, Tyler, going, "Don't hit my effing car. Don't hit my car." You see all of a sudden someone in an all-black hoodie, all black outfit running. And Tyler steps out and throws his leg out, trips the dude, who was in full sprint, by the way. And he didn't just throw his leg out, he kicked his leg out.
Yes.
Trips the guy, and then to add insult to injury, yells at him, "You effing idiot!" All while holding the pizza. Did not lose the delivery whatsoever.
No.
And so he's a local hero now, and thwarted it. And, the cops probably would have gotten this guy, but they would have had a long run, a chase, and he stopped it right away and was able to help, take care of it then and there, and managed to jump in at the right time.
Have you ever had
a
situation where you're able to intercede?
No, and I never. It would be. It would take too much time for me to process something
That's
like
what
that that's even
happens.
going on.
Yeah.
Much less me trying to step in and do something about it. And plus, I'd probably be a pussy and wouldn't do it anyway. I could be too. You didn't want to get involved.
You don't know. You don't know. So I remember years ago when I was doing stand-up, I pulled into a gas station in upstate New York, and I walked in, and just as I walked in, the guy behind the counter is like shaking his head like crazy, and the guy I passed on the way out had just robbed the place at gunpoint.
Wow.
It's almost like Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where
right.
the dude gets away.
And then a radioactive spider bit
Oh,
me.
my God.
And I spent my
The
life
rest is
trying to
history.
find this guy. But yeah, I often wonder what would have happened had I been in there when he attempted that.
Obviously, we're going to try and get Tyler on if we can. We're working on that. And if you know Tyler, tell him, please, to give us a call, because we'd love to hear his side of the story and just get his reaction on the whole thing. But also, if there's anybody listening who has been, you remember we almost called me the thwarter for some reason? I forgot why. But
is it the when you went into the office?
Oh my God, that was it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I
needed to
thought I thought I was going to be stopping a crime happening, but I want to and listen, stuff like this has to happen, and with
Every
this
day.
just happened to be there was a camera there and caught the whole thing, and we're starting to see more and more things like that because of the prevalence of Ring cameras and so on,
and pizza.
But if there are any stories that you would like to share, we'd love to hear them. 215-263 WMMR, of maybe you interceding or finding yourself in a position that you didn't expect or ever plan for in your life, and you had to make a decision and do it.
Last second decision. Yeah.
Or maybe you should have, but the moment got past you as well.
Well, there was a case where it was almost like Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. My brother years ago was working at a deli in Huntington, Long Island, and a kid came in the front and someone was coming in the back to rob the place, but because the kid came in the front and made some noise, they saw the guys, a guy out back saw the guy come running out with a gun. And that, so in other words, it got too noisy too quick for this guy to rob the place. Right. And so he hightailed it. But basically, saved my brother without knowing it.
Let me ask you guys this question. How much trouble would you be in with your spouses if this was you thwarting this crime?
If you were the thwarter?
If you were the thwarter. Even for getting involved.
I think, it depends on if it was really dangerous, perhaps you'd catch some crap. But I think any of our significant others would celebrate the fact that we tried to do something.
Well, and I think that if it were this exact scenario, I mean, dude's running by, you just stick your foot out. That's not, that I don't think that's crazy risky.
Yeah.
That's mid-level thwarting.
But
yeah,
I still would get in lots of trouble.
You'd catch trouble?
I'd be grounded.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that.
I don't think I would catch much crap.
I don't think I would.
Especially, obviously. And then if something were to happen where I get murdered, then the joke's on me.
But Casey, you usually have hidden fists.
I do.
Yeah,
but not this time of year.
No.
You have nothing to hide your fists in.
Also, you look like a Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah.
Also, I can't.
Casey pulls his arms up into his sleeves. Hang on.
Oh, this poor guy.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do this here. Because this would be Casey.
No, you wouldn't even be able to
I
see
know.
it. Yes.
People would think that you're a double amputee.
Oh, my God, that poor man.
But little do they know that Casey is ready to go at
That's pretty good.
There
you go.
That dude wouldn't even, he wouldn't
Oh, my God. He would write you off as a complete nothing
This
to
guy's
worry
an
about.
amputee. I can walk past him.
Yeah.
That's right.
So Casey feels if you tuck your fists into your sleeves, then you've got hidden weapons. And
the way the ninja.
I never even thought about it. That you would even seem less like a hindrance if you had no arms at all, if they perceived you that way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're breaking ground.
Or set yourself up in a wheelchair where you're actually, just make the wheelchair higher so you're actually standing in it.
Right.
But put fake legs down so they
There
think
you
you're.
go.
There you go.
Even better. All right, we have some calls coming in. 215-263 WMMR, our number. I'm going to go to Joe first of all. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, you're on the air, Joe. Go ahead. Tell us your story, bud.
Hey, I was in a car warming it up, cold day. I hear a woman scream. Guy runs past. He has a purse and a box of Nikes in his hands. I think I just jump out the door, start chasing. I think I was going to catch him, but I did. Tackled him on the pavement. Woman came to her door. A guy yelled from the balcony, "Hey, get him, Big Joe!" And then the cops came.
So you're Big Joe. So you're a bigger fellow, Joe, I assume?
Say what?
You're a bigger guy if they're calling you Big Joe, correct?
Yeah, they know me in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The neighborhood I live in. And so the guy's on the ground now. The woman comes out. She calls the cops. He's trying to get away, and then he asks me to let him call his daughter. So we sit on the steps, and he's looking around. I tell him, "Don't even try to run anywhere." And he's looking around. He wants to, and then a cop car comes up, and he knows the guy. He went to grade school with the guy, so he's trying to talk his way out of this. And I said, "Look, I'm staying here till another car comes. I'm not letting him get in the car with you because I don't think you're going to convict him." The woman runs around the corner. She's crying. She's got a bloody hand. She's speaking a different language. He starts to insult her, and they take him away. A lieutenant comes along, and the lieutenant says, "Okay, we're going to take this guy in." So I go to court to testify. I work at Criminal Justice Center. I'm sitting there in my work uniform, and the cops know me there and such. So there's a lot of kidding around going on, and they did put this guy away. A year later, I'm at AC Moore with my now ex-wife, and I see this guy. We both lock eyes, and then he leaves the store.
There you go. So he lives right in your neighborhood.
Yeah, yep.
You don't mess with Big Joe, man.
No, you don't.
You don't tug on Superman's cape, and you don't mess around with
Yeah,
Joe. Yeah, very
All
cool,
right.
man.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
You got it, guys.
Do you remember our old boss, Jim McGuinn? He thwarted.
He was a thwarter?
Yeah. He caught somebody trying to break in. It was either to a car or a residence or something like that using a screwdriver, if I remember loosely the story. And Jim was like the most passive, easygoing dude in the world. Not only did he stop this dude, he freaking detained him.
Wow.
He detained him
Remember,
until
he took
the cops came.
promotional CDs as Flying Stars and incapacitated.
Threw him at people. No, I was surprised that somebody like Jim would, did that. I mean, he's a bigger guy.
Yeah,
but he's a pretty docile individual.
Well, he stepped up.
And he stepped up and took care of business. But, in hindsight, maybe goes, wow, I probably, it's just dangerous.
You don't know.
You don't know what you're walking into.
And I'm sure most police would say, leave it to the professionals, obviously.
Yeah.
But in a moment where you can make a difference and you're going to be a good Samaritan, I think that kicks in.
It's tough to weigh that scenario and go, is this worth it or not? If somebody is just trying to get a car, and you never know if they might go to an extreme if you jump in, and you may end up dead. And is it worth it?
Kathy will never say it, but I'll say it for her. She's the one who killed Osama bin Laden.
Oh my God.
We're not really.
SEAL Team 6?
My name wasn't
this whole
released.
time? It wasn't released.
My name wasn't released.
But I mean, they asked.
I think Preston, of all of us, is probably the most qualified to thwart crime, being a black belt in Krav Maga. Now, my question for you, Preston, is how long do you think you could detain somebody against their will?
Oh, God.
Physically.
I don't know. I was never really good at the ground game like jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. So, but detaining, I have no idea. It just depends on what position you get him in.
Right.
And if you've got an upper hand and a leverage position, then you can hold them as long as you want.
Well, let's say also you have someone who's on something. You don't know that.
Oh, yeah.
And then
That's
say they have the strength of
scary.
like 3 or 4 people. It doesn't matter what you've seen cops like 5 or 6 on a guy who's flipping out of his mind on something.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I think I'd be better at defending myself than detaining someone.
What if
to be
did
honest.
they teach you defense that incled pizza?
No.
How to use a pizza?
That's why Tyler's got me, in that department. He's got me beat.
Remember the girl that held the guy down at the gym? She was working out by herself, and he
she's
came in
great.
like that. I was like, I want to be her.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't hold him. He got out of there. He ended up leaving. She didn't detain him and hold him for
No,
the
but
police
she
to arrive.
kicked
But
his
she, oh yeah,
ass.
she fought back.
She
and
held a hand down on his shoulder and ripped his head out of it.
She held him down while she called 911 on her phone.
They were grappling, and she had him in sort of locked, and then did call 911, and then he bolted.
Let me go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. I know mine's a little off topic, but I do remember back when I worked at a grocery store, I actually intervened in something we're not supposed to do at work and ended up saving a person's life.
Oh, do tell.
So I worked in the produce department at this grocery store, and there was this gentleman in a wheelchair who I found out later had recent surgery.
Oh.
This might get a little, I'm just going to tell you that he had an incident where I had to use my apron as a tourniquet on his leg.
Wow.
And what ended up happening from there was I got written up and suspended from work for 3 days for helping this guy.
Yeah, you hear stories about that. I mean, you're just being human, I mean, it's so. How did it end up finishing off? Did they at least give you a thumbs up?
Work didn't. The customer came in and gave me like a reward. And when the EMTs came in with the gentleman several weeks later, they gave me a commendation, and I still find it funny that I was suspended from work for saving a person's life.
Yeah, that's crazy, John. I mean, and at some point, there's got to be someone who goes, look, what was he going to do? Let him sit there and bleed to death?
You
That's
got to
the other
step
option.
in.
And then you have a death on your property that you have to deal with. That would be worse than potential litigation of someone who is, maybe claims that the injury was part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So years ago when I was at Dunkin'
that's a bunch of
Donuts,
crap. Thank
Preston,
you, John. Appreciate it.
Someone came in, had a catastrophic urinary incident tracked. So I quick thinking, I fashioned 2 testicles out of munchkins.
Oh, very good. They already look like them anyway.
I was able
Yes.
to save that man's
You replaced
life.
them? That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Just glazed cake?
No, that you can't use the glaze.
Oh, shoot. All right, let me go to Zeke. Hey, Zeke, good morning.
Hey, am I on the air? Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man.
So I had to go. I live in Queen Village, so I had to go get sunscreen for my wife. She burns easily, so I walked over to Rite Aid. And the cashier there, her name is Ruth. Shout out to Ruth, great older lady. Was talking to her friend, so she was a little distracted. And there's this guy in the store who looked a little suspicious. I had my eye on him. He makes a run for it, jumps behind the counter, kind of pushes Ruth out of the way, grabs a bunch of cigarettes. And my first instinct was to kind of let him go because you don't know if these guys have guns or knives or whatever. So I was just like, I'm going to let him go. He ends up pushing Ruth's friend out of the way, and I just kind of get pissed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like he didn't need to do that.
I know, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
So he pushes the older lady out of the way, and he's running past me, and I just grabbed this guy by the neck. And I used to wrestle in high school and when I was younger. So just instinctually, I just put this guy in a headlock. And knife fell out of his pocket. Thank God he didn't pull it out. I kicked it away, and I just held him till the cops came.
Wow. And then listen, that's a brave thing. But I know what you're talking about. What we were saying is that in that first second you want to help, but you don't know what kind of weapon that person might have. In this case, it was a knife.
See, he could have grabbed, if that didn't fall out, he could have grabbed that knife and killed you right there, man.
Anything could have happened because I just had him by the head. His hands were kind of free, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
So thankfully, I saw it. I kicked it away. I don't know, instinctually watching movies, whatever. I just kicked the thing out of the way.
Yeah.
And I held him till the cops came. He ended up trying to, I'm going to sue you because you're choking me and all this. I was like, come on, guys.
I'm going to sue you because you're choking me.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But,
All right.
Well, good for you, man. Good for you.
Thanks, Zeke. I appreciate
guys.
it.
Appreciate
Casey, you mentioned the Krav Maga, and like one of the first lessons or the one of the tenets they try to urge is get out of the situation.
Yep.
That is step one. Get away from the situation whatsoever.
That makes the most sense. I was attacked by a guy with a box cutter. I think I've told the story 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I could not get away because it was in one of those service hallways where, like in malls, where they load in stuff, and we were right there. But again, I would have loved to have run away, but you couldn't.
Yep.
So we do have Tyler's phone number. We're trying to get in touch with him right now, but from what I'm told is he was celebrating a little bit last night, so he may be sleeping in this morning.
As well he should.
All right, we'll see if we can get him. We're working on it.
I hope at least he got a good tip from those people. Not that they were directly connected, but he was kind of heroic there.
All right, Eric was a thwarter. Let me go to him. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Eric. All right, so it says here you stopped a crime, right?
Yes.
All right, do tell.
Eric! I was actually a car salesman in a Carbeck in Atlantic City. And first thing in the morning, we're checking in cars. I got a whole bunch of keys on my desk. And I go to the guy, and I tell him, he comes up to me and says, I want to look at a car. I says, just give me a couple minutes. He grabs a key off my desk, runs outside, and starts hitting the button so he can find the car by the beep.
And so what did you do?
Well, I follow him out. He jumps in the car, and he tries to start it up and back it up while I'm standing in front of the door. He tries to run me over. So I jump in the car. I wrestle the keys out, wrestle him back into the showroom, stand off for about, 10 minutes while my manager's calling the cops. He tries to go out. I grab a hold of him, stop him at the door. He wriggles past me. I slam him up against the Cadillac he was trying to steal. And about 2 minutes later, I see the cops pull in.
Yeah.
I said, this is my one and only chance. I got one good crack on his jaw, and then there's a 9mm next to my head, and I got a cop behind me saying, freeze.
Dude, well, yes. Yeah, they don't know. They've arrived. They don't know what's going on.
Oh, it was terrifying because it's like that thing, even if he shoots the perpetrator, I'm deaf for the rest of my life.
Yeah. So how did it eventually end off?
So it turned out that the guy had just robbed a bank in the middle of Atlantic City, took a taxi to come to our place to steal a car.
What?
Well, if he just robbed a bank, he had the money to buy a car.
Yeah, this is not a good plan here.
Come on.
Yeah, the cops actually took the $50 back from the taxi driver that he paid him.
Oh, no. All right, Eric, so did you end up having to go to court and testify and all this stuff?
Yeah. He went to court, he kept trying to plead crazy, and the defense attorney kept asking me the same question over and over and
Are
over.
you crazy? Yeah. Wow. So eventually, and I assume he was put away, correct? He didn't get off. All right, good. Good for you, man. But you were, you're there in that situation. The police arrived. They don't know what's going on. That's why, again, I'm going to take an educated guess that most police would say, leave it to them. But sometimes time is of the essence. And did they at least give you? Did they at least give you a free Cadillac?
Yeah.
Well, no, the owner, Charlie, he's a very generous man. He gave me a $500 bonus. And
Excellent.
That's good to hear.
The city of Atlantic City gave me a very nice letter of commendation that's still pinned up on my wall.
I love it. You may want to frame that.
Cool, man. Yes,
Thank you,
absolutely.
buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Let's see. All right, here. Somebody broke up a theft ring. Let's go to that. All right, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First time.
Hi, Mike.
Thanks for coming on, Mike. I appreciate it. What's up, buddy?
So years ago, probably 15 at this point, I worked as the sales manager for the Guitar Center in Plymouth Meeting, which I think you've actually frequented before, Preston.
Absolutely.
So,
As have I. Yeah, it's great.
So we did a lot of used business. People would come in and sell their old gear. We would assume it was theirs. But of course, in this case, it wasn't. It was a guitar that I had sold to a woman 2 weeks prior personally. So I recognized the serial number, knew exactly what it was, knew for a fact that they did not buy this and are trying to resell it to us. So called the cops, had someone else stay on the phone while they were trying to complete a transaction that, of course, I was not going to let happen. They begged for cash rather than a check, which was, of course, a red flag. Managed to hold them up and just make it take as long as possible until the cops arrived, saw them outside. One of the other guys motioned to me that they were ready. And then when I said, okay, we're finally ready to finish this transaction, can you please go get the guitar case out of your car in the parking lot? They walked right outside and were arrested on the street.
Whoa.
2 other people waiting in the car, a whole load of other stolen property and other instruments. They had apparently been going to a support group for Alcoholics Anonymous or other substance abuse at a church. And they were going to different churches looking for support groups and then stealing the rehearsal equipment.
Oh, man. Hey, Mike, so when you were doing the stall tactic, were they getting antsy at all, could you tell? Or were they pretty, straight ahead?
They were pretty antsy to begin with, but yes. They didn't suspect anything, but it was just the same, hey, when are you going to do this? What can I get it? Can I have the cash? Can I have the cash? How much is it going to be? Super suspicious. Cops showed up pretty quickly.
Well, your game had to be pretty good. You weren't saying things like, so did you watch Lost? Were you upset by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, while you're sitting there stalling, were you getting nervous? Did you feel like, okay, this is under control and I know what I'm doing?
It was a bit nerve-wracking because I thought that I was being obvious, that I was tricking them into staying there longer. They weren't of the best presence of mind, so I'm going to assume that they didn't notice anything.
Right. No, that makes sense. I would have been sweating bullets.
Yeah, I would have been so nervous that I was going to give a tell.
Yeah.
Or what you do is, since your Guitar Center, grab 2 of those like stadium cymbals that the marching bands use. Clang!
Well, you try not to pass judgment based on what people look or act like when you work for a music store, because let's face it, all musicians are a little off-center. But
right, yeah.
These guys were particularly off.
That's wild. Good for you.
Mike.
It makes me wonder, though, like when you go to like pawn shops and stuff like that, like how often do those people go, no, I'm not
stolen?
Yeah.
When they're
I'm
dealing
not
with
giving
stolen
you
merch?
Yeah.
I wonder what the laws are pertaining to that. I obviously, they have to do at least a fair amount of vetting to at least make sure it's not, or do what they can to make sure it's not stolen. But I don't know how you could, ultimately, you go in there with like a stereo or something.
Right.
Do you need to provide the paperwork of your purchasing of a stereo that you might have bought 9 years ago?
I actually know a guy who will get all of his gift cards. He'll go to pawn shops to buy gift cards because people will go to pawn shops to sell. Let's say you have a $100 Home Depot gift card. You go to the pawn shop, you sell it for $50, and then you can go to said pawn shop, buy a $100 gift card for $75, or you know what I mean?
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I didn't either until this guy told me that.
By the way, here's going back to, this is away from thwarting a crime, but we had the guy calling that said he had saved the guy from bleeding to death.
Yes.
This is a texter says, I had a similar situation. I used my apron to help with the bleeding for someone. I was suspended for a week and charged for a replacement apron.
Come on.
What?
Come on.
And then they quit after that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you say that was it you, Nick, when you were working at McDonald's, you used your paper hat to make an artificial heart for somebody?
Well, I mean, I was off air,
Yeah,
Steve.
yeah. All right. I mean, I know you guys are. The people I work with are heroes. With Kathy taking out Bin Laden.
I know, nobody beats me.
And Nick saving a man with a paper hat.
Nobody beats Bin Laden.
Let's go to Bree next. Hi, Bree. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great. What's up, Bree?
Good. Hey. So this was probably about 15 years ago or so, but I was leaving the office building in Wilmington, and I see these two kids starting between buildings, running across the street, and a security guard chasing after them. So I'm just like, okay, well, that looks like fun. And I cross the street to go towards my car, and I see one of those kids crouching underneath of the car. Next thing I know, a police officer is in a car as well, in their car coming down the same street, and he jumps out from underneath the car, and I just instinctually just grabbed him and went, and I just yelled, "No!"
Wow. Oh, my God.
And thankfully, the police officer saw that I had done that and also hopped out, grabbed the kid, put the kid in the back of the car. And
It's funny that your reaction is the same as what you do when your dog is taking a crap on the carpet.
No! Like, not today, boys. And I'm married to a police officer now, and when I told her this story, she was mortified because she was like, you have no idea what that kid could have had.
Yeah.
It was instinctual. I was just not having it.
Oh, my goodness. That's funny, Bree. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. But, yeah, like she said, like her spouse was telling her,
Don't do that because you don't know.
Yeah.
But again, this is the whole question of this. When you step in, and I think sometimes you feel the need to. You have to.
Yeah, there's another call I want to go to. They've still got him on hold.
Line 6?
Yeah, put line 6 on hold, guys, because I definitely want to talk to him and get this story. Let me go over here to Forrest, who is online. Hey, Forrest. Good morning. Hey, Forrest.
Hey, Forrest.
Hey. How you doing, guys?
Good. All right, this story sounds pretty wild from the description I'm reading on the screen here. Could you share that with us?
Yeah, so I was out in Shippensburg area. I was trying to get a job in the trucking industry, and on my way back, I was on a Greyhound bus. So I'm sitting in the very front of the bus, and I hear like these sounds in the back, and it's like fists like hitting flesh. And I was like, "What the hell?" So I turn back and I look back, and I see these two bodies in the back. And I see arms swinging. I'm like, "Oh shit, here we go."
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, language, please, sir.
Sorry.
Golly.
Oh, crud.
Right.
I said, "Oh, crikeys, they're fighting."
Yeah.
So I yell up to the bus driver. I'm like, "Hey, listen, you got to pull over the bus. These guys are fighting." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "They're fighting back here." So he slams on the brakes, and the inertia starts throwing these guys forward. So I'm like, crap. I'm like, these guys are going to get trapped, and they're blocking him in his door. He's not going to do anything. So I'm like, all right, I got to catch these guys.
Yep.
So I stand up, I catch them, and their arms are flailing, and he turns the light on, and I'm looking at the guy, and his face is covered in blood. I'm like, oh, my God, this guy's really beating the crap out of him. And I look up, the guy pulls his hand up, and he's got a knife in his hand. He's stabbing the guy in the face.
Oh, my Jesus Christ. You're stabbing him in the face?
So he's stabbing him in the face. So I grabbed the guy's wrist and, like, wrist locked him, shoved his head down in the seat. And I was a corrections officer for 7 years before this, so it kind of worked out. And I spent like 15 years wrestling, so I kind of just gripped him the hell up, stuffed him in the seat. Got the bus driver comes running at me. I'm like, stay away. He's got a knife, so I break his wrist, pull the knife out, throw it up front, stuff him in the seat, and I got to hold him there till the state troopers get there. So I got him all yoked up, and I got his arm bent up, and he's like screaming, "I can't breathe." I'm like, "You're yelling pretty loud, bro, so I'm sure you can breathe just fine."
Yeah. You do. I mean,
that's. It turns out he stabbed another person in the back like 18 times in the face, neck,
Oh my
and chest.
God.
This guy, he stabbed like 10 or 15 times. He stabbed a woman in the back. She was on the bus going to like Boston with her young child.
And
So,
how,
yeah, it was.
when all's said and done, did you find out how badly people were injured? Anybody killed in that?
No. So two of them, like a couple days later, there was an article in the news, like the Lancaster News. I saw two of them were listed in critical condition, but we're going to make it. And then the lady, they just treated her on site and sent her home. Wow. But yeah, it was like it was like 10 o'clock at night. I was fighting with my girlfriend at the time before this. So I'm like already in a bad mood. And then I was like, of course this is going to happen to me, right?
Did you get any special accommodation from the police or?
No, I didn't hear a word from anybody. My dad asked when I told him, he's like, "Will the Greyhound offer you a job at least?" I was like,
Yes!
Thanks, Dad.
Oh man! So nobody acknowledged the fact that you stopped someone, some lunatic who'd begun a murdering spree.
Yeah.
That's not fair. Do we still have any? What do we have?
Movie passes or something like that.
I know it's not a lot, but how about
dude.
Scorpion King?
Man,
5 with Lou Ferrigno. Ah, damn it!
Wow. All right, that sucks.
God.
Well, nice
You
work
save
for
people's
us.
lives.
Yeah,
You're Batman.
It was definitely a wild night. My buddy ended up coming out to pick me up because we were on the whole bus was a crime scene then, so they had to get a whole new bus out there for everybody. So a friend of mine, he came and picked me up. It was like 3 a.m. by the time I got home.
You know what you are? You're Forest Man. That's what you are. Life
All I have to say about that.
Life is like a cave full of chocolates.
All right. Well, thank you, Forrest. We appreciate it, man.
Dude, that's amazing.
Have a great day, guys.
You
guys
too.
rock.
All right.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Forrest.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
So you'd be stabbing that fella over there.
That's wild, man.
Could you imagine that?
No. No, and then the fact that he didn't know they were being stabbed. Then the lights come on, he sees blood all over him, and the guy had been
That's
stabbed in
crazy.
the face a bunch of times. Insane. All right, well, we can't top that. Well, maybe we can top that with one more call. I'm going to go to Megan next. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Wow, you sound awfully cheery.
Because it's the best Monday ever.
Oh, tell your secret. Why is it that?
Because I just won $1,000 and
That is our concert cash winner. If you didn't hear her say it, she also won tickets to the Barbecue, so she's excited about both of those. Wow, Megan, that's
awesome.
Huge. Nice work.
It was the weekend before my birthday, and I'm so excited.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's fantastic. How about do us a favor and could you send some money to that guy named Forrest who?
Yes, apparently saved 3 people's lives.
Me too.
Megan, are you at home or at work this morning?
I'm at home still.
Excellent. And where is home? Where do you live?
Glenside, Pennsylvania, right next to the Keswick Theater.
Oh, beautiful. We love that. Excellent. Well, Megan, we are going to be sending you to the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion for the Barbecue, and you'll have $1,000 in your pocket. So we're very, very happy to give that to you.
Well, I am super, super, super excited.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right, Megan, we love you. There it is. Another winner of MMR's Concert Cash. Your next chance is coming up roughly 1 hour from now. We are going to do it again at 10 o'clock. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment, so please hang out.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. 93.3 WMMR.
They're going to get their German Shepherd to show up.
Now that I would have known. That I would have known.
It's good to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was she didn't say that. She she's the person.
She told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
Who I love, admire, respect most in the world. And
He's
it
a
is
little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do.
Yeah,
They all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all.
to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
The Australian Shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
Hell no, I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being,
yes,
as opposed to your dog,
right,
be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah. How does a dog
Thanks,
sign
man.
the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
By the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with this Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was held at a family friend's house who opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousins' close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay,
that's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted. And I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party vibe.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it, because they to me, they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, they were like, yo, what is up?
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can.
How old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there is a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie, because they all get together because their Little League coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me out."
Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen,
Hat and
people,
everything?
had everything. And listen, people, showed up some were in suits, and other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
So I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa. Okay. No.
Wow. So,
and this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Okay,
What a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's
You
just a bad person.
Yeah, it was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So, of course, I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh my God!
Yeah.
They were banging in the bathroom,
I think-
they were doing something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome, which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah, by the way, if you're 60, wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, but there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away, his brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah, it's the difference
killed
between-
it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair, a positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death,
follow
whether
that.
a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower. Yeah.
But your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people, but again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I just wasn't into it. And
Yeah.
What's that?
I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-Ass 2.
Some
Wait,
people
when was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, it'd be the first.
A lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the Effed Up Horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky goes to college?
Does it Stinky goes
No.
No.
Money in the Effed Up Horse. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky Goes to College.
Stinky Goes to College?
It's Stinky Goes to College.
There's a couple of other
There was a
ones.
script
Yes.
floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for
Yeah,
that.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney, wasn't that when the miners in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
And, yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out! Saw it
With own eyes.
with own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level, it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes.
Of course, it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody also said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Clint Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. Name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt Biffington.
Biffington.
Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. There's many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Oh, my Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he is he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was cramp diffled.
Cramp diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or
Yeah,
okay,
that's exactly how
and that
it
can be
was.
dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much. Kath, I was thinking about doing something. Hang on, what am I doing?
What are you doing?
Casey's showing me something. Okay. What do you want? What?
Well, I was just, I mean,
Okay.
I literally just got this text message from the thwarter. He just woke
the guy,
up.
Tyler Morell. And Casey, he just got back to you and said he just woke up?
Yeah.
Is he going to give us a call?
Yeah, we can only if you want, though.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we want at least to say
Absolutely.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I mean, we sort of paid paid tribute to the thwarters all around the area. And he's the thwarter du jour, Preston, which is our new segment.
Referring to the pizza delivery guy from Coco's Pizza, you may have seen the video by now, stopping a crime in progress and tripping the guy while holding on to what looked like a pretty damn big pizza to me.
Yeah, it's excellent.
It looked like at least an 18-inch pizza.
Yeah, and whatever's on top, which I assume was the napkins and
I was
plastic cutlery.
Maybe they got some French bread.
Maybe they got some
something
French
like that.
garlic nuts.
Garlic nuts. I don't really
I'm thinking
know.
cheesesteak, maybe.
You think so?
Yeah.
Or stromboli.
So what I'm wondering is what bar he was at last night. So if he's from Aston, I'm thinking he was at Barnaby's.
All right,
Okay,
we can
that makes
find out.
sense.
Let's find out.
Do we have some heroic music?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay. All right, he's on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tyler Morell.
Hey!
Good morning, Tyler.
How you doing, everybody?
Good, man. Hey, you sound up and at him. Casey said you may have been out tearing it up a little bit last night.
I'm about 10 minutes fresh right now.
Well, listen, dude.
This is all a blur right now. And to answer your question, I was at the finest pub in all of Aston. It was Coco's Pub in Aston.
Coco's
okay?
Pub.
That's where we finished it off last night.
All right. Well, listen, dude. I saw you on the national news this morning. You were on ABC's national news. Pre 4 a.m. broadcast, but I'm sure they're going to be running it all day. You're virally all over the place. And by the way, we were wondering. That pizza looked gigantic you were holding, by the way, and then there was even a bag on top of it. What was in that? Do you remember what was in that order?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a single order of mozzarella sticks.
All right, mozzarella sticks. All right.
Kept it completely intact.
Yeah.
Not a bad choice of appetizer.
Yeah. All right. So listen, we pick up on the video and you're making the delivery, and the woman inside says, I think that's a high-speed chase. Could you, before she even said that, did you hear like the commotion coming down the street?
So I could hear the sirens coming, and then a split second after, you could hear the loud screech, and that's how I knew something was about to come onto the block, because of how loud this screech was. And then you see the guy almost take off midair into the corner of this yard.
Yeah, because it was hard. It's hard to tell.
Without all of this commotion that I was involved in, it would have been one of the craziest scenes I had ever seen in my life.
And you only added down. It appears that it was a cul-de-sac, correct?
So it was actually just it was kind of like a maze-like little neighborhood. In
All right. It seemed like your initial reaction was to go over and make sure that they weren't going to run into your car, that your car was good. I mean, that's your job right there. You're delivering pizza.
So I actually had just gotten this car about a month ago. It's the first brand new used car I've ever bought in my life.
Brand new used car.
I had just gotten a flat tire the day before.
No.
So I'm riding around on a donut still. So if anybody knows a good tire shop in the Delco region,
I love this.
Of course we do.
Get me in as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
sure
be there.
there's a company out there that might want to pony up a nice tire for a hero.
All right, so you go over there, you kind of walk towards the commotion, which is the opposite of what most people would do. And at what point did you realize, you see that, the car stops, the guy's going to make a run for it, and he makes a mistake of running right by you. By the way, you look like you're like 6'4", something in that range.
I'm 6'8", actually.
6'8"?
8?
All right.
Oh, my God.
You can then.
Tallest lacrosse goalie in the world.
There we go.
Well, you're equipped to take on somebody. So you see this guy coming, and then what happens in your mind at that point?
So right when he completely came to a stop in the road, I saw he avoided my pristine Ford Focus.
Yeah.
He stops in the road. I see the cops. I see them get out. They were looking a little sluggish, if you don't mind. They are fine police officers, but they looked a little winded. And so I said, all right, I don't think they're going to get this guy. So right when he made a beeline for the opposite direction, I said, did he really run this way?
Yeah.
And so I made that decision. I said, I'm not going to lose this pizza. I said, but I will give up my leg. I didn't think I was going to eat it as bad as I did. I'm all right. I'm still walking around. But
Are you? And listen,
I honestly didn't think he was going to fly 5 feet through the air.
He did. Well, listen, dude, you didn't just stick your foot out. You threw a kick. You threw.
I did throw a kick. It was unintentional.
Yeah, and that's
a kick save.
I thought and if you've ever seen, like guys in martial arts training and fighting, like a shin shot can take you down. I mean, down and out. And it looked like it didn't phase you at the time. Did the pain hit later on?
No, it actually still, it's just a nice little, got a couple little scrapes here, nice little bone bruise.
Well,
nothing I haven't seen on the right shin before, honestly.
The adrenaline protected you, man.
Yeah, I mean, as a lacrosse goalie, you have taken a lot of probably hefty shots off of those shins as well. By the way.
Yeah.
What I do notice is that after you go down towards the street, when the dude gets out of the car and beelines towards you, you're actually your first inclination is to like get out of there. So you actually took a step back, like, oh, I got to get out of the way here, and then you were like, no, I got to go do something about this.
Yeah, I think that was the lesser in me that made that initial jump, and then I was like, no, I need to do something about this. The amount of danger that these kids, I mean, I'm finding out that they're really honestly kids doing this.
Yeah, it's true.
The danger that they put other kids in this neighborhood, this is a family neighborhood that they were driving around like that, and they could have taken out kids on the side of the road. There's an elementary school a quarter mile down the road. So when I saw that, like, I was just thinking of what they could have done to somebody else. I'm never really too worried about what happens to me.
And was it that thought that led to you calling him an effing idiot as soon as he hit the ground?
That was just natural, and I feel like most people would have felt the same way.
No, you're absolutely right. And everyone's giving you of course you're going to call him that because he was.
Oh, yeah. I mean, your adrenaline is pumping. You know?
I mean, there was about 100 different directions you can run instead of the way of a 6'8" mammoth in the middle of the road holding a piece.
And he was clearly too stupid to not do that. So I assume, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, It appears as if the pizza and the mozzarella sticks stayed completely intact, no problem whatsoever.
I'm fairly certain that there's video of the homeowner eating the pizza.
Yes, there is.
And I'm not going to lie, in true Coco's fashion, it looked delicious.
Yeah, that's it. Yo, I got to tell you, because my brother lives in Aston, the wings, Coco's wings are delicious. Some of the best in Delco.
Well, we would love to have you guys in whenever, and I'm willing to, do whatever with you guys. When you want to come in. We'll grab a beer for sure, or anybody who doesn't drink, we can grab a cold, tall Pepsi.
We should be treating him.
Yeah, seriously. Hey, by the way, did you have to pay for any drinks last night?
I'm pretty sure I tipped the bartender pretty well, but I'm not sure if they charged me for a drink.
Oh, that would be a crime in and of itself.
I don't. I always tip my bartender though.
Oh my
I
God!
want to hang out with Tyler. This dude sounds awesome.
Tyler, this is God. You are an example, a shining example of Delaware County.
Yeah, I was gonna
Gotta
say,
come by and visit at least, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have to give my dad a call. He still doesn't believe this. I just got off the phone with him before. I was like, hey, I think things are going a little crazy here. He said, I think so.
Oh my God, dude, that's fantastic. Well, listen, man, a big love to you. Case, you wanted to add one
No,
more
I just
thing?
wanted to let you know that Kelly, your manager, I got your number from her. I'm friends with her brother Steve, so I appreciate you taking our call this morning.
Oh, no problem, guys. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to wake up here.
Most this is not the last we have spoken to you, by the way, Tyler. We can tell right now we're gonna have a good friendship here.
All right, that sounds good to me. I'll be talking to you guys soon then.
All right, take care, buddy. We'll see you.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, see you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Yes,
that's it right there. That's the stuff. That's the grit. That's
Oh, my God.
6'8". I knew he was big.
You
but
could tell.
Dear
Yeah. Not
Lord,
that
I had
big,
no
though.
idea he was 6'8". No wonder he didn't hesitate in stepping in.
But like he said, he was a lacrosse goalie. I'm curious as to where he played because lacrosse nets, I mean, not like indoor lacrosse where they're actually smaller, but like, lacrosse nets are pretty big. So having somebody 6'8" is probably great. It is.
I would think so.
Yeah.
So, wow. Okay. I'm blown away by that. I didn't think we were going to get him on this morning because, like I said, he's gone viral. He's hit, a national level, and people are going to be talking to him for the next few days. But
It's too funny.
We got him for you, which is pretty awesome. Speaking of thwarting and crime and so on, I saw this story. I think we may be doing Stream of Consciousness. now, I think,
hang on,
because I've got a few different stories here, but this does
Stream of Consciousness nerd yields some of the best stuff.
This dives directly into having Tyler on, but the New York Police Department debuted its latest set of high-tech policing equipment, and they have something, I think, that if this turns out to work, could be pretty damn good. It's a pneumatic gun that fires a sticky GPS tracker at a moving vehicle.
I mean, this is out of sci-fi from years ago.
Absolutely. So now they think they figured out a way, and the idea behind this is to. Because like this high-speed pursuit that took place, like he was saying, the kid was going through a neighborhood.
You don't have to do the pursuit. You can tag them, follow them.
Yes, exactly. And therefore maybe avoid some pedestrian becoming collateral damage.
Or a wrecked pizza.
Yes, that too. Or maybe there's an actual destruct button on it, too.
Yeah.
And eventually you just blow it up when you see they get out into an open area. Oh.
I made it.
So the launcher is called...
It's okay. You didn't catch me, coppers.
The launcher is called the Guardian HX. It's made by a company called Star Chase. And it is meant to create an alternative to the standard police pursuit, allowing cops to remotely track a fleeing vehicle without sending a squad of interceptors to tail it.
I'm Star Chase. Car pursuits of the past are over.
The trigger is
Star Chase.
The trigger isn't a trigger, and the magazine isn't a magazine. The trigger itself is more of a button, an electronic system that activates the release of pressurized gas to propel the GPS projectile, and the magazine is actually the battery that operates it. So it looks like it's like, some type of machine gun or something like that, but actually the components are different.
The key, obviously, is you're shooting this at a vehicle. This wouldn't work on a person who is eluding in a foot chase.
Correct.
It's almost like a Batman thingy.
Star Chase.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, he has something that looks like a case in
Dark Knight, I believe.
Dark Knight, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. All the tech makes for a single-shot launcher capable of firing one adhesive-tipped GPS tracker before needing its barrel reloaded. That projectile travels at it doesn't go very fast. It's 37 miles per hour and has a straightforward range of only 35 feet.
You get up close enough, though, from a moving car, and it's actually not a tracker. It just keeps yelling, hey! Hey! Hey!
Though the company claims that with an arc, it can theoretically reach about 60 feet. So they got to get in.
Why didn't we just make it a GPS tracker? Oh, yeah.
So it just screams. That way everyone can hear it coming down the street and know that that's somebody who's conducting a crime.
Do you know, by the way, with these designs and with these things, it does help to make them look cool. And this thing looks cool. I think someone might pull over, not even knowing that was a GPS device and not a lethal weapon, just because what the hell does that thing do?
So they got to get kind of close to it. And you also don't want the perpetrator to know that it's on there. That's part of it, too, because then they might,
You know what you could do?
What?
If you're, say, a police precinct that doesn't have a lot of money, just get a T-shirt cannon, and it'll kind of look the same.
Looks the same.
Yeah.
So once the GPS is tagged, once the GPS tag is adhered to the vehicle, it pings Star Chase with its location every 2 to 5 seconds.
You know what, Steve? You kind of make I don't think you were making this point, but everybody loves a free T-shirt. You could probably get the criminal to stop in their tracks if you
shoot the T-shirt, and on the T-shirt it says, "I am an escaped felon." Right?
Yeah.
You're right, Casey. Nothing makes people scramble like throwing a bunch of T-shirts out.
Geez, you guys didn't have to do this. This is awesome.
The guy's driving by, you go, "Who wants a free T-shirt?"
Step away from the car. It's Tri-Blend.
It's Star Chase Tri-Blend.
Star Chase.
So I think if this turns out to be a product that works, that they have a good track record with, that's a great idea.
Well, there are some areas that will not allow high-speed pursuits.
It becomes more dangerous.
Right, to the pedestrian or to the civilians.
Yep, exactly. So they're trying this out. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know how long they're going to give it, but
I think they should expand this to an actual Star Chase division.
Okay.
Dressed like the Power Rangers.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that in and of itself is very intense.
Star Chase, activate!
It would look very intimidating.
It would.
Come running out in those helmets and
multicolored jumpsuits.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. All right. Streaming somewhere else here. All right, we're going to talk about vacations. Less than half of American travelers found that their last vacation lived up to expectations. That's less than half. Wow.
That's not good.
That's too bad. That was revealed in a survey of 2,000 Americans who have traveled internationally in the past 5 years. So I guess international is the key here, I guess. But they found only 45% of respondents' vacations lived up to or exceeded the perfect picture they'd painted in their minds.
I mean, some people approach taking vacation the same way they do to going out to eat, right? So a lot of people like to be adventurous when they go out to eat and they'll get something different. But then other people are like, I know that I like chicken parmesan, so that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
And so people will
Where are you going on your vacation? Chicken parmesan.
Chicken parmesan. I've never heard of that place. No, but I'm just drawing a parallel.
No, I know what you're saying.
That some people are like, you know what? I'm just going to the Jersey Shore. I know that I like it.
What's your
know?
success rate with, say, I'll ask all of you, from your pre-planning of a vacation, whatever its nature, and the success rate of pulling off what you wanted to pull off with that vacation? I'm going to lead with you, Preston.
Probably 90%.
Okay. You put a lot of work into it.
Put work into it. Make
Kathy?
plans.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I go with an itinerary. It doesn't. If it doesn't happen, it's okay.
Yes. All right.
You know, like
Agreed.
Because I don't want to stress about not doing something that was on that list. But at least, because I've gone on vacations where you're standing around like
What do you want to do?
What do we do? Where do we eat? Where do we go? Like, I do everything from, like, if we're in one part, one city, places to eat in that, specific part of the city, just to have a list. So if we're standing there, I'm like, okay, here's the 5 best restaurants that are, supposedly the best restaurants here. Let's try one of them.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, that's my personal I'll make an itinerary as well, Kathy. I'll print it out, the whole thing, have it ready to go. I'll also leave open slots to go, do whatever we want to do. But you're right. If something comes up and you don't want to do that thing you have planned, great, because you probably found something better to do.
Yeah.
So from 1 to 3, I'm going to dart out and kill Bin Laden, and then we'll come back and go to Macaroni Grill.
What about the rest of you guys?
Well, the last vacation I took was one of the best I've ever had. So, and part of that was that the way that we planned it worked out really well. Last year, I learned a lesson where I booked some flights that ended up not going well, and it really ruined the first part of the vacation, and that sucked. And so I tried to build a little more flexibility into this vacation. I booked a direct flight last year that ended up being a connecting flight through Chicago, and then we ended up on Alaska Air somehow. And it just, it sucked, So, but part of that was, I think I tried to cram too much into a short amount of time. This time around, it was one place for the whole week, and it was perfectly relaxing, and so it was just fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. Case?
I think, what was the question again?
You're from planning a vacation to getting what you're looking for.
Close to 100%.
Excellent.
Yeah. I think, and I think at that time that I booked a house on Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire.
Right.
And the house was a dump, but I loved it anyway. It didn't matter. And so my approach to the less than stellar vacation is at least we'll get a good story out of this.
Case, what was the year, and was it vacation when you guys were in Boston and then ended up having to drive home?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long weekend is what it was. It wasn't necessarily,
But it was a vacation, right?
It was a vacation.
Wasn't a business trip or anything?
No. And that was the only hiccup. And, and we drove home, and that wasn't really that big of a deal either. But, I'm going to repeat a vacation this summer that I had done a couple of years ago because it was...
To Lake Winnipesaukee?
No, to the Grand Canyon. But it was, that exceeded my expectations. And I went in there with high expectations. And it was
more.
Great. Yeah.
Excellent.
Wait, and are you going with your family this year?
I'm going with my cousin.
Cousins, okay.
Yeah, no, my wife is not
into
down
that.
with sleeping under the stars and crapping in a box.
God bless her, me neither.
Preston, in this study you mentioned, was it mostly international travel or all?
Yeah,
international
it says international. So
I looked into flying, and Steve, I know you and I talked about this off air, but I looked into doing some a European trip this summer, and I chose against it because of how expensive the flights were, and I was disappointed. I wanted to take my fiance to France, and my brother's going to be there at the same time, and I had to say no because of how damn expensive the flights were.
Do you know what I did recently, and I loved it? I lived in a cave for 500 days.
All right.
Wow, that was you?
I think I read about you.
Yeah.
How was that?
I
Now,
loved
Steve, you don't vacation much.
I'm actually going to go on an actual summer vacation, like a travel to Europe this year. I don't. It's not my... It hadn't been for quite a while. And then the truth of the matter is, if you really want to get rested, if wherever you go, whether it be the Jersey Shore, whether it be the Poconos, go away, and go and spend some time away and just disconnect. And I haven't been doing that. So I think for my sanity, I'm going to get back to doing that.
Well, I found this pretty interesting. Social media is at least in part to blame for people's lack of satisfaction for vacation. 72% believe that it contributed to unrealistic expectations for travel.
Yeah. It's like porn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You only see
it wasn't like that.
Yeah. So, in fact, what's funny is, and you can find these easily online anywhere, of famous tourist attractions, what you think it's going to be like and what it is actually like based on social media. Because you'll see these pristine, all alone pictures of you at the Colosseum in Rome.
Uh-huh.
And then they'll show you what it's really like with the other hundreds, maybe thousands of people that are there at the same time.
Hey, is this where Wrestle Crow was?
Yeah, it's all that type of thing.
And you can't get that photo with no one else in it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm trying to live when I go on vacation now without social media. Just turn it off completely, and I did it successfully this last time around. And it made the vacation better.
The one thing
not being on my phone the whole time, not taking pictures, not worrying about if I'm going to post something and if people are going to see it or whatever. I completely turned it off, and my vacation was better as a result.
I admire that, but I need my grinder.
I understand.
Nick, there was a couple of times I was going to text you something, and it was sort of it was a meme, but it was negative in nature. So I was like, he's on vacation. I'm not sending this.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I saved it for today. I'll send it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much non-existent on social media now, and I'm
You're not missing
happier
anything.
for it. Yeah, but respondents, by the way, also admit that their own role. They admit their own role in this, in being setting unrealistic expectations. 67% said that their own planning has led led them to be disappointed while traveling for leisure. So this was commissioned by Exodus Travels. They conducted by one poll. The survey looked at respondents' travel expectations and explored trips on how to make the most of every trip. For about a third, finding the destination didn't match expectations, impacted their entire trip. But many didn't let that get them down, as 51% admit that they got past their initial disappointment and didn't let it impact the entire trip.
So we lost a family member.
Furthermore, 74% were confident they'd still be able to make the most of a trip that didn't go as planned. Yeah, being able to pivot.
Pivot!
Yeah.
Is important. Absolutely. But to me, Preston, the foundational thing is the thing you have to research as best as you can is the hotel. Make sure you get a really good hotel, because if everything turns to hell, at least you have that.
Yes, I agree. That's super important. The adventures, the other things you're going to do, that all can be, you can brush that off. But the actual where you're staying, you have to be comfortable there.
When you're coming back from that delightful little plaza where you were attacked by monkeys who stole your child, going back to a good hotel at the end of the day will make it seem a little bit better.
So there's a section in here that says, what steps can people take to make the most of their vacation? Would you guys like to hear a few of the tips that they have?
Yes.
Okay.
Visit Epstein Island.
All right, here we go. No. Learn about the history and story of the places that you're going to.
So France. You guys are French, right?
Casey, I just heard you say no.
No, thank you.
Okay. Why is that?
Boring.
A little bit of the history. You can't go. People like me and Casey can't go too deep into it. We'll
Yeah,
get
you don't have
bored.
to dive deep.
You're also going to go there and learn it while you're there, right? So, but I mean, having some. Listen, if you're traveling to Europe and you're going to some of the.
You can't
sites
help-
that have you're going to want to know a bit about what you're seeing and the impact and importance of it. But you don't have to get a PhD.
Well, let's keep this in mind. Let's keep international travel in mind. Okay. So you're going to if you're going to do
Canada.
International travel, chances are you're going to go to one of the bigger cities. Probably. You want to know a little bit about it. It says also work to learn some words of the local language if they speak a different language.
Yeah.
So a little bit you can get by. Use information from local experts who know more than the guidebook. And that comes from just talking to people as well.
Oh, yeah. So, like, when I'm eating out somewhere, I will ask a local, like, hey, where should I go? That's not
straight to hell.
That's not a chain.
When we took our big family Hawaii trip, we did 2 islands. We stayed on Oahu, and then we went to Kauai. And when we were taking the flight from Oahu to Kauai, Rochelle sat next to somebody who was local, and so she picked her brain for information. We got some great tips on where to go, some beaches where hardly anybody was, and just some really cool spots to go to. And that ended up being a game changer.
In retrospect, would you have taken that cursed tiki statue?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry, man. You got it, right? You don't know.
All right. So also they say travel with an itinerary planned by someone who's an expert in the area, in that area that you're going to be in. So that's getting
Well, not in the area, but just in doing itineraries.
some local knowledge. Have the full itinerary organized by an expert, it says.
Wow.
You can do that yourself.
If you
I
right
do it
now,
myself.
yes, right now with the wealth of information that now also learn how to be very picky and vet the different. Don't go to a site that's run by, one of the hotels on the where you're going.
Yeah, right.
See what actual users say about it.
I've actually read like some blogs, like people who have been there that do like a full on review. Sometimes you can get some good stuff from people.
It also says have backup plans if anything goes wrong, of course. Now, this I'm going to recommend in case he's going to think it's boring. But it says plan the trip with a tour group or travel guide.
Boring.
So we've done this a couple times with this organization or this group called Tours by Locals. And it's just people who live in that city, wherever it may be. And a part-time job for them is to take people on a tour. And you can do walking tour, riding tours, whatever it is, bus passes, things like that. And so when we were in Copenhagen, we had this guy took us on a 3-hour walking tour of the city.
Right.
And we got to see things and hear stories about stuff I never would have gotten otherwise. Yeah. It can be pricey, but some of them are a little less expensive than others. And you can shop around by each guide and how much they charge. And they can do things like, if they've shot a lot of movies in that town, they'll take you on a movie tour.
That's cool.
Or if they've, whatever, if you're looking for shopping, cultural
not
events.
the standard.
It doesn't have to just be about the history, but they can take you shopping. You can do a food tour.
Yeah.
But it's called Tours by Locals.
But was that just your family and the guide?
Yeah, so
Okay,
it was.
that I would totally do, but having to like go with other people on like a bus or like a big group, I'm out on that.
I know what you're talking about.
And those can actually work out if you vet the groups that you're going with. And we toured a bit of Scotland with one of those situations, but it was run really well. And when we said, look, we'd like to check out some of the local prostitutes, they took us to the best place.
That's good.
Cleanest?
Cleanest. Oh.
Cleanest hookers there.
All right, other tips. Better plan the sites they want to see. Travel with the local tour guide. There you go. Travel as part of a small group trip, meaning go with a few people on your entire trip. And then seek out non-touristy locations.
Where's your waste treatment facility?
Yeah.
That's what I like, though. But that's like, talking to somebody that lives there and them telling you to go to a beach that's, not going to have tons of tourists there. Like, that stuff's cool.
Where do you guys dispose of your tires?
Right. No, because, we've all visited national parks and they're beautiful, but they can also be heavily trafficked and that can be annoying. And I thought one of the best things I did in a national park is I watched the sunrise in Acadia, and then I went for a hike and there was nobody around because it was dawn.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Mhm.
Go early.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Double rainbow.
Oh, my God.
By the way, I saw a double rainbow.
You did?
On Saturday. It was amazing. It was one of the clearest double rainbows I've ever seen.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Double rainbow. Oh, my God.
Woo! Oh, my God.
Wait, my friend saw.
Whoa! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Woo!
What were you going to say, Kat?
Well, now we're just real quick. Another rainbow comment. She saw the end of a rainbow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. She sent me a picture. So
And
I have
then
to try to
a
find
leprechaun
it.
came up and pushed your camera
but
down.
seriously, it was like it was right to the ground.
So
It was in
that's what I
front
saw,
of the-
Kathy.
So weird.
So I was driving on the PA Turnpike towards Jersey, and I saw the full arch of the. It's an optical illusion,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
Right.
but it looked. I saw it was.
And so
pretty
if you
amazing.
have a clear vision, if you don't have any tree line or anything
And we
like
did
that,
not.
you can see where that ends, so to speak, where the rainbow ends. There's another vacation thing which keys off of this last. I know we're doing stream of consciousness, but talking about social media and touring. So in Portofino, Italy, have you been there, Kat?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
It was one of the most picturesque places I've been to.
Gorgeous, right?
So the mayor, Matteo Viavaca,
Hey, Kathy's back.
announced a new rule that will fine tourists loitering in two very popular areas around $300.
Wow.
So the town is a it's a photogenic fishing village that has grown increasingly popular with tourists in recent years. And the Times of London reports 2 areas in town will now be considered what they call red zones. The spots are both places known for people stopping to take selfies and photos.
I mean, but I'm sure they rely a lot on tourism, right? But they want to maintain the experience for people.
Well, also it says the stop-and-go nature of the pedestrian traffic has caused a lot of clogged streets and what the mayor reportedly described as anarchic chaos.
If you stop to take selfies, be aware we're going to round you up and put you in an internment camp.
They said that might feel a tad dramatic, but if you've ever been stuck in a throng of hot, sweaty tourists on a narrow street, anarchic chaos is almost an understatement.
Wherever you come from, we know it sucks. We're wonderful and you stink.
Officials
Please leave.
started enforcing the new penalty over the Easter weekend. When the town saw a spike in tourism for the holidays, the ban on loitering will remain in place until October 15th.
It's like a storybook-looking town
it was.
here, Kathy. Yeah.
The pictures I have were absolutely gorgeous. This is also where we saw a cruise ship, what we thought was a cruise ship. We were like, oh my God, cruise ships come in here? Like,
Right.
that's kind of weird. It's small and whatever. And we were like, oh no, that's just a couple on their yacht.
On their yacht.
Like, that's how big it was. We thought it was maybe like a mini cruise ship, and it was there was a couple. There was a table and 2 chairs in the back of it. And we were like,
It's the
oh.
SS Lauer.
Yeah.
Wow.
You think I'm poor? It's pulled into Portofino. Portofino.
Portofino is not
That's
the
my
only
gift to you.
The only destination instituting new rules. Many destinations around the world are implementing daily visitor caps, tourism taxes, and stricter rule enforcement in places where the day-to-day activities are interrupted by a large number of tourists.
So that to me could chip away at your enjoyment. If it's too restricted. I understand they want to keep things, nice, but I don't know if it's overly controlled that way, it wouldn't feel normal.
But if it's also crowded, that's kind of blows the whole tranquil nature of it too. So it's kind of hard to say. They're just trying to meter it a little bit, I guess.
Do you know it's a classic spot that people go to? In fact, my wife has been there. Lake Como in Italy is it's where
George and
George
Amal?
Clooney. Yeah, a lot of celebrities that you've seen it featured in Phantom Menace, and you've seen it featured in Casino Royale. It's just a gorgeous. Kathy, it's very similar to that. To Portofino.
A lot of good spots like that. All right. So that's all I have time to stream of my consciousness.
You stream like a mofo
this morning. The reason we are taking a break, we have $1,000 to give away. We have Barbecue tickets to give away. We're going to do that when we return. We'll come back with the concert cash word for you and more Bizarre File stories. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3. WMMR.
Finally, deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you could both see what's coming up.
Yeah, you can both
Look
steer.
out. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right.
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
no, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, it's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Soup,
minestrone, minestrone, chicken noodle,
chowder."
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea, clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat.
I had a bad dream. Here, look at the stool. Open barn door.
What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
Could make you
helping
feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here. So
All right, put on something.
Shake 'em.
anybody, I just did.
Let's hear it so people can
this
hear
is
your
lame, whatever
how
you
much
Oh, my-
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there.
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
Wow.
cosmetics
And my little
array.
brush.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. You know, those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I going to put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat.
Yeah.
A little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh my God! Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah, Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a
Yeah,
different.
sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple, this pearl, or not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy.
Juicy.
Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig? Yes, we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
Oh, this is just. Oh, this is.
I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes!
Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that
God.
lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What is he? What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant. I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walking along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah, you have better
But
lipstick.
this is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So.
Okay.
So, she said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people
you
better than
might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's,
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not
he,
for me.
he can do it, though. He'll-
No,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister?
No,
Like
no,
an actress,
and like
or-
an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates?
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a
Jeez.
picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's
if
put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to take a poop.
Pip.
Prune. I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check your perp. Check this picture now. Yeah, I've indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are.
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they were recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do A Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one, but he did Jurassic World.
Yeah,
and his
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or were scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does. Yes. So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I Love L.A., yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well.
Thanks, Kat. So, yeah, a minute and a half or so. Let's wait for that time to roll around. But I would like to reiterate the
big news of the day. Marisa got married over the weekend.
Yeah.
And went to Vegas. She and her now husband, Matt, without telling anyone, eloped. And they went to Las Vegas and they got married at the Punk Rock Museum. And they were the first ever wedding at that venue.
Which makes perfect sense. This, again, came from so far out in left field, had no idea. I mean, eventually they've been together for a long time, but that it would happen this weekend just passed blows my mind.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So Marisa posted a series of photos. I guess they had a photographer who followed him around for a little bit and got some pics. But other than that, it was a complete mystery. Like we haven't spoken to her yet. We got a text from her.
Yeah.
With a indication that she had gotten married, and then a follow-up that was saying essentially she's taking the day off today, and I don't know when they're returning, if they're coming back to Vegas from Vegas today or not. But we will learn the story with you tomorrow about how everything went, because we don't know.
And she said she's going to tell us tomorrow. That's what she said in one of her texts. So talk about a whirlwind, but she's coming back a married woman. Crazy.
I wonder if she packed it all, Kathy. If she even planned.
No, she didn't. She packed like right before they left.
Like an hour before they left.
Yeah, because she packs right before she leaves when we have a planned vacation.
Yep. All right, we'll get the story from her tomorrow. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We can do this now.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word is win. 3 letters for you. That's it. W-I-N. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it either on the contest page, WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. It's not our regular text number, okay? It's 45911. And text the word win. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th, and tickets are on sale now. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone contest rules at WMMR.com. For MM Barbecue details, text the word finally to 39333, and we'll send you a link with the information. This whole thing is sponsored by Meineke. Again, the word is win. W-I-N. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Bizarre File this morning brought to you by Dilling HVAC. For a limited time, Dilling will tune up your AC system for just $59 and offer no payments for 12 months on new system installs. Book now at DILLING HVAC.com. All right, a man who admitted to throwing a substantial amount of cash from his car window told Oregon State troopers that he wanted to, quote, gift the money to other people. Troopers responded to a portion of Interstate 5 in Eugene on Tuesday after receiving calls that motorists were stopped and gathering cash that had been floating on the side of the road. And they later learned that a driver named Colin Davis McCarthy was responsible for dispensing the cash, reportedly in $100 bill denominations.
Throwing it right out the car.
Along the interstate. McCarthy told troopers he wanted to gift them the money, which he estimated at about $200,000.
Wow. To the people of Eugene.
However, there wasn't really a way to confirm how much money was gifted.
Eugene!
Police say McCarthy agreed to stop dispensing cash along the street to prevent further traffic backups or accidents. Troopers were unable to find any remaining cash along the road during both nighttime and daytime patrols. They said motorists did a thorough job of gathering the loose money.
Surprised nobody died.
They cautioned drivers to refrain from trying to find any themselves. Now, McCarthy has not been charged with anything at this time. There's a little more to this, though.
Yes.
Police said, however, they had been in contact with one of the driver's family members, and this person claimed the money was not all his, but came from a shared account.
Uh-oh.
I'm guessing divorce.
Yeah.
The family had also reportedly asked that anyone in possession of the cash take it to the Oregon State Police to be returned.
Yeah,
which
that's
I'm sure
going to happen.
will do.
Right away, sir.
Yeah.
Firefighters in Canada completed an unusual rescue mission when a 26-year-old man got stuck inside a large public art sculpture. known as Talus Dome. The sculpture is made up of more than 1,000 handcrafted metal balls stacked into a mound. The man tried to climb the sculpture, and he accidentally slipped through an opening and fell inside of it. On Sunday evening, a passerby called first responders and told them that someone or something was stuck inside the sculpture. Once firefighters arrived on the scene, they had to break out some heavy-hitting rescue equipment to extricate the man, including the jaws of life.
I feel so stupid.
Which is typically reserved for car accidents.
Well, so this thing, I have not seen this thing. It was like the balls. There was enough of a space for him to slide in, and then he was trapped inside.
I did not search for any pictures of it, Steve, so I can't really comment on that. I'm not sure how it happened, but in total, 3 crews were brought in to help free the man, including a technical rescue team. Firefighters had to cut into the sculpture and remove one of the spheres to get the man out.
Man.
After roughly an hour and a half, he emerged. While he was physically unharmed, he was promptly charged with a count of mischief over $5,000. He falls into the sculpture.
It's kind of cool.
I love it.
Passers-by might have thought it was part of an art installation.
Maybe.
Oh, we're looking at it, Preston. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. I guess there was
a wall of balls.
Somewhere in it was a hole. So
yeah.
A Lexus driver who allegedly owed more than $86,000 in unpaid tolls was among dozens of toll evaders snagged crossing 2 New York City bridges this month.
$86,000.
Yeah, the Lexus owner who allegedly hadn't paid $86,111.82 in tolls and fees.
That's 20 trips over the Verrazano Narrows.
Was arrested after driving across the Verrazano Narrows Bridge on Tuesday. A Honda driver with a toll debt of $66,763 was also caught on the bridge. The cars were among 63 vehicles seized on the bridge in a targeted law enforcement effort spanning 2 days this month. The drivers who were stopped owed in total $1.5 million in tolls.
Do they say what the price is currently? It's been years since I've traveled over the bridge. I mean, it's insane. But they would tell everyone, don't worry, we're just doing it. We're collecting the tolls to repair the bridge. The bridge is horrible. It's in horrible condition. They never repair anything, and they just keep taking that toll.
A Colombian mayor could soon find himself in a spot of bother over a wild video emerging of him dancing almost naked in a nightclub. Now, viral footage shows Martin Alfonso Mejia whipping off his shirt before gyrating his hips in front of stunned partygoers. The politician can be seen standing on a bench and pulling his pants down to show off his bare butt in front of a group of young women.
I'll be working for you.
The R-rated clip concludes with what appears to be another man attempting to hide Mejia's modesty. His antics don't go well with his peers this whole thing occurred during Holy Week in what is largely a Catholic nation. Mejia has since blamed his actions on being drugged at the nightclub, something the venue's boss has vehemently shut down. It's not the first time that Mejia's partying has been the subject of controversy. 6 months ago, he appeared to be intoxicated at a festival where he took to the stage to inform revelers that he was corrupt.
Guess who's corrupt and has 2 thumbs?
So he just decided
This guy.
to do that. Yep. All right, then one last story. The Romanian man who stole a $7,500 bottle of scotch from a Jackson liquor store by hiding it in his crotch has been sentenced to probation.
Crotch scotch.
Judge Kurt Hawes sentenced Marion Firo to 6 months of unsupervised probation. Surveillance captured the man removing the $7,500 bottle of Dallimore 35-year scotch from the shelf and concealing it in the crotch area of his pants before leaving the store. About 3 weeks after the theft, Jackson Police Department officer who was familiar with the case spotted Firu panhandling at an intersection in town. He was arrested shortly after being spotted. I don't know what happened to the bottle of booze. I don't know if he drank it and didn't know if it was that expensive.
$7,500.
Yeah. Or if he managed to sell it or
Could
what.
you imagine if he just knocked it away in an alley somewhere?
Maybe he did.
He probably did.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file this morning. All right, so we've got roughly 10 minutes or so. No, I'm sorry, roughly 5 minutes or so for you to enter the word win right now for MMR's concert cash. So we have the MM barbecue tickets and $1,000 that you can win. So the word is win. And if you're interested in winning, you need to enter that now. You can do it through WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. Win. All right, we'll come back in a moment. Get a lesson, question, trash, music, news. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Your smart speaker. There's a big red light and everything on it. It wasn't going on, so we just walk in and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway done. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like, everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot, and Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention that he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was that was a connection in the first place. Riverside. He invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
We do it? Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think. Just shy of a week.
I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this past week.
How was traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
it sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with the lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit.
Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. We're looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. They said our pilot program, drug-sniffing bearded dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Do they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? You know, dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a bit like meth, I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah. Why not?
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, lizard.
By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. As you know, I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
This one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
93.3 WMMR. It's 10:15. Monday morning, Preston and Steve Show. Jackie Bam Bam's in for Pierre this week.
Yes.
So we'll get to see the vampire himself rolling in here in just a little while to get things started. So make sure that you give him your undivided attention. We'll have that along in a little bit. We're going to do something else, though, now. We're going to do our lesson question. We are going to give away, as a prize today, a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. If you can answer this question correctly. Steve once saved a man's life by fashioning a pair of testicles out of which bakery item? 215-263 WMMR. Steve once saved a man's life by fashioning a pair of testicles out of which bakery item? This was in the 8 o'clock hour. If you know, then we need you to call because we got something over here for you. 215-263 WMMR. We do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. It is brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Join Nick McElwain and Team Luke in the LLS Big Climb Philly on Saturday, May 6th at Lincoln Financial Field. You can visit WMMR.com/Big Climb to get registered or to donate. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, singer Becky G appeared to address her cheating fiancé Sebastian Letgett during her set at Coachella, saying it's, quote, not a rejection, but redirection. Becky G then got even more cryptic saying, quote, sloppy joes are just crushed hamburgers.
Oh, my God.
Kim Kardashian's daughter, Northwest, was brought on stage by Katy Perry during her show in Vegas Saturday night. The highly privileged 9-year-old was then allowed to pick one person out of the audience for execution.
Wow. Oh, my God.
And finally, Jeremy Meeks, I don't even remember this guy, became famous as the hot felon and eventually a model and boy toy to an heiress, has written an autobiography. Meeks says many authors complain that the hard part is getting your thoughts down on paper, but for him, it was actually just having thoughts. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for an answer. We need to find out if you know the answer to this question. Steve once saved a man's life by fashioning a pair of testicles out of which bakery item? 215-263 WMMR, the number, and we will go to Eric. See if we can get a winner. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. All right. So Steve once saved a man's life by fashioning a pair of testicles out of which bakery item?
Munchkins.
Munchkins, yep. Correct, Sir Eric. Hang on the line, and we're going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Sunday brunch is on the menu at Bonefish Grill, and you can feast on a new savory selection like frittatas and Grand Marnier French toast sticks.
Frittatas?
That pair with a collection of shareable sangria and margarita pitchers. You can visit bonefishgrill.com for more information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Are my testicles black? All right, brought to you by 80 Moyer Lumber, trusted experts since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. Metallica is making history on April 25th when all 12 of the songs from their new 72 Seasons album will be released as videos using American Sign Language. And this marks the first time that a major rock band has ever done this type of thing. It was reported in honor of National ASL Day. Metallica has partnered with Amber G Productions and ASL Interpreting Company and DPAN, which stands for Deaf Professional Arts Network, to kick things off with the title track. So all 12 of the songs are going to be released videos using American Sign Language. That's really cool.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yep. Def Leppard is trying to break a new ground with their upcoming first foray into orchestral collaboration. On May 19th, the band will release Drastic Symphonies, featuring tracks dramatically reimagined by London's iconic Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, along with new vocals and instrumentation from the band.
So years ago, there were a series of albums with more prog rock bands and Genesis and Pink Floyd, and the London Symphony Orchestra did versions of their songs. And I thought those albums were fantastic.
Frontman Joe Elliott spoke to Classic Rock and said that the band is treating the project differently than others that have gone the orchestral route. He said, we're stepping into territory previously visited by other bands of our ilk, but we've never done anything like this before. And what's really interesting is how we've dug really deep. He went on to say, it's all about expanding these songs. Most of it is stripping back our backing tracks to allow the orchestra to shine and be at the forefront, because that's the point of the record. But it's not just our greatest hits with orchestra on top, like slapping butter on a piece of toast. What we wanted to do with this album is glorify what we've done in the past as rock songs and then make them epic. So we'll see how this turns out. And then one final story out now is Empires, Smashing Pumpkins' latest video from their new, soon-to-be-released Autumn Act 3 album, which will be dropping on May 5th. Empires has become the #1 most added song to Active Rock Radio. The band's track Spellbinding is also currently #1 most added at Alternative Rock Radio. Act 3 is the third volume in its Autumn trilogy. The 3-act rock opera follows 1995's Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness and 2000's Machina, Machines of God. And that is all I have in music news for you this morning.
Right. So this is all they're all part of it's an ongoing rock opera, he's saying? Or each one is a separate rock opera?
I think it's all one work.
Oh, all right.
Together. So
All right.
one opera together. That's it in music news. Let's take a quick break. Come back in a second. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. I'll tell you what the prize is. We'll give you that first letter, and we get to say hello to Jackie Bam Bam for the first day this week. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep.
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According
to
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well,
No, not They're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but they will. It will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover that.
myself.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In a study.
Oh no! Oh no!
And is as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently. The doctor,
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So, do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical of ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made love
of.
to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but her cooter.
Oh
my
That's
God.
wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people. Shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We all have to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower.
You do that better than anybody.
Thank
Steve.
you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no
Yeah.
hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
The goddamn truth.
I just have
In
no
case you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself.
Oh my God.
I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God. Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands.
Use
For
it
his
on the
nuts,
tubes.
he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
They probably have.
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer Takes Time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
My God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice, like around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not
Okay.
so I wouldn't
Not like
call
a
it
stripper.
glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think, once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh, my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you'd do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can
it,
see
yeah.
your buoys.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams.
Yo.
Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary.
Wow. 10:32, and we are wrapping up our program for the day. A Monday in the books. A couple of little details before we do any of the full-on wrapping up. But today was a nice day to get back into the groove of things.
Yes.
Weather-wise, we're going to get up to about 68 degrees, and it's going to be mainly partly cloudy skies. It seems like just flat-out cloudy right now, but tomorrow, cooler, 58, partly cloudy. 67 on Sunday, 81 degrees on Thursday, 87 degrees on Friday, and not really seeing any rain in the forecast, but you never know. Might change along the way. I would like to thank our only guest this morning. He's the pizza guy who tripped the car thief and helped the Aston police grab him. His name is Tyler Morell.
Yeah.
Works Coco's Pizza, and Tyler was hilarious, and he gave us the full rundown of everything that happened.
and his story's going viral. You're going to see it all over the place nationally today.
Yep. He deserves to be celebrated, man.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep. And also, we would like to thank Jeff for calling in right now. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Hi, Preston. How are you?
Wonderful. So I'm saying we're thanking you, but you have thanks as well, right?
Oh, thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
I just won $1,000.
We got another winner. And Jeff is it. And Jeff, let us not forget, you're going to go to the barbecue coming up for a fall version. Have you ever been to the barbecue?
No, I haven't, sir.
We are happy to bring you into the fold. You're going to love it. A lot of great music, a lot of great people to hang out with as well. And you, sir, will be $1,000 richer. And we're happy about that. Where are you from, by the way, Jeff?
Fishtown.
Fishtown. All right. Excellent, my man. Love Fishtown and love the fact that you listen. And we are going to reward you by giving you $1,000. So congratulations, buddy.
Thank you so much. You guys rock.
Our pleasure. All right, Jeff, hang on.
How many jars of Preston's pickles do you think he could buy with $1,000?
Fishtown, he just walked down the street in Fishtown Pickle Project. Well, they're like, I don't know, like $15 or something like that. So there's a lot.
That's damn good.
Yeah. All right, Jackie Bam Bam's here.
Hey! Good morning, guys.
Oh, okay. So you pointed to your headphones. You can't hear anything?
Nothing at all over here.
Okay.
Really?
You tried turning the knob there? Did you try turning the volume knob?
Yeah, we're up. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah. Great day in the morning. Here we go.
There you go.
How long have you worked in this business?
A night.
A night.
I can't believe Marisa got tied the knot.
She is a married woman now.
I saw a picture over
blue.
the weekend. It looked like a mummer on 2 Street drunk with a bouquet of flowers in her hand, laying down on the ground. I'm like, wait a minute. She really did tie the knot.
She did. Yeah.
it
And Matt, her now husband, great guy.
Maddie, love him. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we're going to a wedding?
I don't think so.
No, dude.
We're not going to fly over there later tonight?
I think they wanted to do it that way. It
Wow.
wanted to just be the two of them alone and no big fuss made about it, and they did it. We had no idea. No clue. None whatsoever.
So she might be back tomorrow. We don't know.
Yeah, we're thinking she's going to be back tomorrow. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll get the rundown from that. Yeah.
It still blows my mind.
Me
Still
too.
trying to process it.
All right, Jackie, we're going to do the letter of the day?
Right on.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter C as in cookie
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Oh, cookie starts with C.
So we have a C to begin the prize with, and we are going to give away $500 from the Bagster. The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we'll give that away on Friday. What are you doing on the program today, Jackie?
Well, we will give away that $1,000 or have your concert cash word. What's that? 12 noon and MMRBQ tickets. And I'll share one again with Brent when he arrives at 3. On the menu, Workforce Blocks. Danny Federici, the Phantom from the E Street Band, sadly 15 years ago today passed away. We'll serve up Bruce. It's Maynard James Keenan's birthday, so Tool, maybe a couple of his projects. And according to Pierre's Daily Planner, it's Bat Appreciation Day.
Bat Appreciation Day?
It is.
Huh.
So we are going to give those little creatures a lot of love.
All right.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Jack. I'm looking forward to seeing you all week, too.
Oh, I love you, Preston.
We love you, buddy. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And that's it, right? Yep. Okay. Tomorrow on the program, Henry Winkler will be joining us. Sarah Silverman will be joining us. And Mrs. Marissa will be back to tell us her tale. And we'll do Tattoos and a bunch of other things. And, of course, the concert cash. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. See you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.